Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this beautiful Thursday. We are almost there, guys. Almost. Tomorrow is going to be a happy Friday, end of the week, TGIF. We're looking forward to it. But today is Thursday, so let's stick with today. I am Jerome Gayman, your host. We are going to be scanning the landscape of all the newspapers in Liberia. We are going to also use the electronic media to see what is in the rooms. There are thousands of chat rooms that do develop some critical, at times, intellectual debates. So we are going to be looking at some of those topics. In the meantime, let me go over the disclaimer. The topics we are going to discuss, or we do discuss from time to time, are legit, credible sources, newspapers, institutions, organizations. But on the flip side, the opinions of our guests and our panelists are not necessarily the opinion of the organization of the closing argument. We will never manufacture the topics. They will be legit. The sources will be announced. We will do our citation correctly, and then the conversation will begin. As usual, we will bring you topics that you may agree with, topics that you may disagree with. And we may bring you topics that we all agree on, and at times all disagree on. But that's what this platform is all about, is to stimulate your intellect. And to government officials and wrongdoers in the Liberian community, if you do not want to appear in the news on the closing argument, then do not get in the news. Behave yourself accordingly so you do not make the papers. If you do, we will discuss you. If you do not want to be discussed on the closing argument, please do not get into the newspapers. Our GPS is everywhere, scanning the papers, and we're going to get you. You can curse, you can huff and puff all you want. We will discuss you if you are in the paper or papers. As the case today on the front pages of the papers in Liberia, I'm looking at Front Page Africa, I'm looking at the Liberia Investigator, I'm looking at the Daily Observer, and one news that is being carried consistently across all the papers: White House suspend deputy minister accused of rape. I just cited my sources. White House suspends deputy minister accused of rape. And this story is not going anywhere. You can hide, you can run. Whatever hole you go into, we will fetch you out. We will smoke you out. As a Liberian man, I give you the authority and the freedom to chase all the beautiful single women out there. But you are not allowed to abuse our children, our babies. If you study rape, rape is a power offense, is a crime of power. One person has power over another one. In this case, this is the big man at the ministry. He befriends the father who has many children, and one of his daughters became prey to this friendship. The Liberian Daily Observer reads, IG Kromah vowed to arrest suspect if investigation shows probable cause. Even though we disagree, there is probable cause already for this man to be arrested. You have an eyewitness, you have a victim. The victim said, I know who did it. She called names. She identified the perpetrator. And yet, the IG said they still do not have probable cause. We are not saying found him guilty beyond all reasonable doubt. That's not what this says. A crime has been committed. An eyewitness have come forth, which is the victim. She has identified who did it. There is no more powerful probable cause than that. An eyewitness and the victim. It says that President Joseph Boakai Sr. has suspended Bryant McGill, Deputy Minister for Youth Development at the Ministry of Youth and Sports, after allegation emerged that he raped a 14-year-old girl, the daughter of the Minister's Deputy Chief of Security. I just talked about power play. The daughter of the Minister's Deputy Chief of Security. The man who is making sure that he is secure. He needs to be protected against evil forces. While they are protecting him, allegedly the girl said they preyed upon her. This story is not going anywhere. We want to thank President Joseph Boakai Sr. for doing the right thing. Some may say it's belittled or belated, but he did it anyway, which is the right thing to do. If you represent this government and you are a man or woman of shady character, the fact that your name has been even associated with such a heinous crime, you shouldn't even come back into that ministry. They should maybe send you to defense or somewhere when you come back. You have no right to be around children. Nowhere. In these United States, when you appear before a judge, most of the criminals will say, Judge, be lenient on me. This is my first time. And usually the judge will say, yes, you can say all you want. This is your first time. But maybe this is your first time being caught. Most likely you are not caught the first time around. You have been doing this under the cover of darkness. Nobody has ever caught you. Like the Liberian parlance, the parable, 99 days for row, 1 day for master. You may have molested, allegedly molested many kids. But this one, you are going to pay. It's not going to happen. The executive manager announced the suspension in a statement on Wednesday, yesterday, saying the action has been taken in line with the government's zero tolerance policy towards all forms of sexual and gender-based violence and to ensure a fair and transparent investigation. The release added that Mr. McGill will remain suspended until the conclusion of this investigation. Minister of State for Presidential Affairs Sam Stikwa formally notified Mr. McGill of his suspension on the president's behalf. So here we are. President Joseph Yuma Boakai has done the honorable thing. He's a father, a grandfather. He knows this. On the front page of Front Page Africa, it also says President Boakai suspend Brian McGill as pressure mounts for arrest. Police seek more time. Police is asking the public for more time, according to Front Page Africa. The reporter for the Front Page Africa by the name of Willie Topa take his take on this issue. He said President Joseph Yuma Boakai has suspended Deputy Minister for Youth Development at the Ministry of Youth and Sport, Brian McGill, following serious allegations linking him to rape of a 14-year-old girl. The executive manager confirmed the suspension on Wednesday, stating that the decision aligned with the government's zero tolerance on sexual and gender-based violence, FGBV, and is intended to allow for a fair and transparent investigation. That's Mr. Willie Tookba's take from his desks at Front Page Africa. Trending news in the Republic. Advocate demand anti-corruption court be removed from the mandate of the Office of War and Economic Crime Court, saying it is a distraction. So are you telling me, according to them, the anti-corruption court should be removed totally from the war crime court? According to these folks, there may be some powerful hands who are corrupt and do not want to be held accountable, so they are hiding behind the War and Economic Crime Court. If you don't have enough money to investigate and prosecute the war crime, doesn't mean the corrupt officials who have looted our country should go free. So they are asking that we should separate those two. On the political scene, Liberia. Liberian Today interacted with Honorable Cummins. The Cummins engages West Point at-risk youth, calls for hope and rehabilitation. That is Honorable Alex Cummins of the ANC. Liberia's history built on half-truths. Governance Commission boss Topoh urges the inclusive narrative. Larry Topoh is saying that Liberia's history has been written on half-truths. He's asking for the rewrite of Liberian history to be inclusive. In Nimba, a sort of Metal, Liberia CFO challenged new students that were graduating from the African Bible College University to embrace discipline and opportunity. Faculty Association of Rural Colleges and Universities announces indefinite strike over salary disparity. Ministry of Finance disburses youth at $550,000 to the University of Liberia to settle outstanding arrears. A story that we decided to carry, but because we have been overwhelmed, we didn't have the discussion. We are going to have it today, hopefully. It says here, Wilson, Wanto, Basigia, confirmed CDC. Whereas incompetence, that was the debate. It said, these Yoga Wilson admits the Weah administration dropped the ball on sports and in tearing him down as unqualified, empty skull. The former president's allies may have exposed their own government's fatal flaws. This is the Liberian Investigator. And it is written or analyzed by Mr. Blamo and Toh. Blamo Toh wrote this. Former Youth and Sport Minister D. Zioga Wilson's frank admission that the Weah administration failed to lay a foundation for sports development has cracked open an old but persistent debate that George Weah's presidency was incompetent. Loyalists of the ex-president from actively Wanto Tier Wanto to Port Executive Mr. Civicus Basigia have unleashed a barrage of insults on Mr. Zioga Wilson, branding him an empty skull, inept, and credentialless. But in the eyes of the political analysts, these attacks, instead of shielding Weah's legacy, have only enforced the argument long made by critics that the Weah administration was filled with inexperienced appointees who lacked the capacity to deliver. Wilson's confession in a recent interview with Intel Sports and the closing argument, Mr. Wilson himself, a former goalkeeper, admitted what many Liberians already suspected. The government made up of people from sporting background, we should have set the foundation for future administration to build upon, but we did not, confess Mr. D. Zioga Wilson. After that comment, the loyalists took to the airwaves. Rather than address Wilson's central point, Weah loyalists chose to attack his credibility. Basigia, a fierce CDC partisan, dismissed Wilson as an inexperienced and inept opportunist who squandered his chance to impact youth and sports. You are an empty skull, he wrote, accusing Wilson of weaponizing his future, his failure as an anti-Weah campaigner on the loose. Wanto Tier Wanto went further, claiming Wilson had no credentials beyond being a goalkeeper. He blasted Weah's most certain mistakes of placing critical ministries in the hands of allies who lacked technical know-how. Ironically, the criticism intended to shield Weah only confirms what Wilson himself acknowledged, that incompetence at the highest level was a defining feature of the CDC regime. This is Mr. Wilson. Criticism confirms the larger problem. Political analysts argue that the loyalist rage does more to expose the Wilson shortcomings it validates long-standing critics of the entire Weah administration. If Weah's own allies are now admitting that unqualified people were appointed, then they are indirectly confirming the very thing opposition parties said for years. Say a University of Liberia political science lecturer, the government was riddled with incompetence, and Liberia paid the price. Obviously, this professor, I wish they had named him, but this professor may have been an anti-Weah from day one. And if you were to bet me my bottom dollar, I know who is this professor. This perspective itself irritates President Joseph Boakai frequent claim that the country was on autopilot on a Weah, lacking competent hands at the wheel. Alexander Cumming likewise argued that Weah surrounded himself with friends and football buddies instead of technocrats. Now the insults heard at Wilson by CDC loyalists calling him unqualified and incompetent serve as an unintended confirmation of those opposition charges in the past. That's tough. That's tough. That's tough. Liberia's history built on half-truths. Governance Commission Board urges inclusive narrative. This one is from the Front Page Africa and is being written by Jaheim T. Tumo. Jaheim T. Tumo. The acting chairman of the Governance Commission, Larry Tomalin, has said that Liberia history has for too long been told in fragments, shaped by exclusion, silence, and selective memories. And now is the time to rebuild inclusivity. Mr. Torgbean made a statement at a one-day policy dialogue on the revitalization and rewriting of an inclusive and comprehensive history of Liberia. The dialogue, which was held under the theme, History of the Nation State, Pathway to Reconciliation, Healing, and Peace, brought together Liberia's historians, officials of government, civil society actors, international partners, student leaders, and the media. Delivering remarks, Tomalin said the nation cannot thrive on partial truth. Yet it is a call to historians, educators, policymakers, and citizens alike to embrace the complexity of our past and to write a history that reflects the full range of Liberian identity. That is Mr. Larry Tomalin. He is the acting chair of the Good Governance Commissions in Liberia. Let me welcome a few folks here. Thank you very much for tuning in. Wow, I have not been watching my screen. There's a lot here, but that's cool. Good evening, Mr. Gayman. I am watching from Liberia. Jane, hopefully you will tell me where you're watching from. Oh, Joanne, hopefully you will tell me where you're watching from in Liberia. Fumba, I'm watching you live from Makoma, town, Grand Cape Mount County, Republic of Liberia. Excellent. Our friends from Grand Cape Mount, welcome. Seleke Kromah. Okay, Seleke is called. We know where he's calling from. He's in Kigali. Good evening, folks. Hope you have joined the closing argument this evening. Absolutely. And we have Jan Maboro. Welcome, Jen. I don't know where you are. Hopefully, you are sound and safe. The rapist or the alleged rapist should not be in government. That's what one person said. Okay. So suspension, and if not found guilty, he should face the weight of the law. Yes, if he's suspended and the investigation goes on, he should bear the full weight of the law because this is a non-bailable offense. Burma Abraham Quay, I am following from Chicken Soup Factory. Chicken Soup Factory, Gulf Community. Oh, I love that name, Chicken Soup. Let me welcome the Honorable Pewee, Sylvester Pewee, Chairman and Dean of the International School of Government right here, TCA. How you doing there, Chief?
Thank you for having me. I'm doing great today.
Welcome, 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 welcome. As usual.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I think I'm good. Just that. Yeah, I'm good. Thank God.
Good. Hopefully you've been following because we got some fiery stuff here that we're going to be talking about today. I heard from, I usually say the boss. Usually when Tomalin calls me, when he texts me at the bottom, he said, "The big boss." And I return and I call him big boss. I heard today we should have, hopefully, Alvin Wisa should be on. If it is true, if it is confirmed, it should be fun. I like the young man. I like his energy. But I like your energy even more. So welcome to the show. We are talking about, I think you've been following the show. There have been a lot going on. One in particular that I think we should face right on is a week ago, it looks like it was a confession period when the former president, Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, came and said, "You know what, I think I failed the young folks. I could have done more. I didn't do much." And the following day or the following week, we had Zioga Wilson came out and said, "We failed the young folks. We could have done more. We should have laid the foundation for the next administration to build on, but we never did. We failed the folks." And the gates of hell opened on him. Loyalists of the ex-president from Activate 1 Tier 1 to the poor executive Civicus Basigia have unleashed a barrage of insults on Mr. Wilson, branding him as a numbskull, inept, and credentialless. This is what they are saying about Mr. Wilson. Your take on this conversation, why they let Madam Ellen Johnson Sirleaf go scot-free, who had the entire nation, but a man who ran just a ministry. Why are they so harsh?
I wouldn't know. Probably, and I don't want to second guess on their behalf. But as a political person, I would suspect that I think there should be some bad blood between the former minister and that of the former president. So, and that's what I want to. We don't want to go into sugarcoat things. That's one of the reasons. It's part of the reason why I believe that folks in the orbit of the president are trying to go after him the way they are going after him. But I think they should lower the tension or the tempo on him. He's not a target. He may have done something that way that you can settle that behind the scene. I don't think these are all unnecessary distraction within the organization that can deflect some major strategic planning that should force the party ahead. So there's no need of a surrogate of agents of the president, former president, trying to attack a minister that served. As a matter of fact, served his government for 6 years as the Minister of Youth and Sport. If you now want to term him to be incompetent of this, meaning your supervision or your supervisory level also was incompetent. So the best way to go about it now is to let sleeping dog lie and more or less focus on some of the major things ahead. That now your paramount concern should be to focus on what is unfolding in the country now, and see you do some deeper reflection on some of the part of the reason why you weren't elected as a government, and then try to fix that and muster the courage to pay attention to this government and box them in the rank. You have to box the current administration in the rank and show that you tell the Liberian people what is it that you didn't do, they say you didn't do, or what is it they've done since they threw you from power 2 years almost. Then you can continue in that process. But to leave the boxing rank of your major adversary and focus on someone that is not going to be a threat to you moving forward, I don't think it requires any time politically for people to do those things. But again, probably it's part of the game plan to go after him because he may have said something informed about the leader, either in chat rooms and other areas or other platform that didn't go down well with the leader, and the leader is taking it somehow, and so the agents and the surrogates of the leader now will try to go after him. But I think that is a distraction. The main game plan here is to focus on what you can do for the Liberian people, the governance of the country. Is the country being governed well? Is the country being well rescued? That should be the focus of Mr. Weah and that of his immediate staff, or those that are around him, or those that are now serving as surrogates, or particular agent of the president. So it's important that we take note of those things rather than paying attention on Zoga Wisin that is now here living his private life.
But let me push back on that. If the opposition that got us out of power made a case that we should not come back to power because we were incompetent, we had people who knew nothing, and then you come out and admit that yes, I did, we failed. I failed in my position to lay a great foundation for the youth, for the future. I failed at it. Don't you think the president men, they have the right to come out and say, you are one of the reasons why we lost, because you are incompetent, and you were one of those that they were talking about.
Absolutely no, Jerome, I'm talking from a policy perspective, and we have to be honest here. And I think this would take more out for us if we were to spend more time discussing this. If he said he didn't play his role in other things, that means there was no one supervising him. It will go back to the very president that the president was insensitive to the plight of the people. He just appointed leaders or people to help serve in certain capacity, but there was no supervision process, and that is the paramount thing of any leader: your ability to supervise your lieutenants to ensure that they're working in conformity with your guideline of your objective or your deliverables, if you will. So if those individuals are not performing, it's just, Jerome, you've been in the best, the world most powerful economy, the world most powerful country. No, I'm not going to argue about this. You've been in this country for almost 40 years, or more than 40 years, you will, right? So you will understand here, in terms of the supervision written in this country, they don't take it lightly. A manager that should be supervising other people can get fired if his supervision line is not effective or efficient. If it will hamper productivity, that person is going to get fired. We know what is it that the leader, and that's why when things all go loose, who take responsibility in a civilized society? It's the leader that will come and take the blow. So my point is that if he said he didn't do it, meaning it was clear that something was not right. It was there. Then if this is the deliberate, listen, if I was part of the team, and that's why sometimes it's important to always say to our leaders, and listen, and that's one of the reasons why if I serve you during the day you say you're president and you call me to be part of your cabinet or your kitchen cabinet or your cycle. Every evening we're having wine or beer, I would say, Mr. President, that certain thing I was there, we got to fix it up. I will learn to, if you want us to do something that Mr. President will do this, the feedback wouldn't be good. Well, it's just like the emperor transfer his boxer from the back. Nobody want to tell the emperor your transfer his boxer. Then they tell the emperor, you well dressed, but the transfer is box. And because of that kind of a fear, a tactic, that fear of a leader, there are certain leaders that don't want that to happen. And even the leader that don't want people to tell you some hard facts is the beginning of your own fall. So the problem there is, how can we structure this? It's not time to waste behind Mr. Wilson, where I'm not trying to defend him. Because if you want to go and say Mr. Wilson was very incompetent, he's saying the other thing, why you didn't get rid of him for the first maybe 2 years or 1.5 years moving forward? The man not making nothing, no effort. There's no strategic plan. Now, remember, one of the major areas that anybody want to slap the past president is in the era of youth and sport. That's the area. Because that's the era.
I was just about to go to that.
Yeah, that's the era that catapulted him to be a global icon. Now, to be a global icon from that as an athlete, and then you are the president of a republic where you sit at the level to make every decision. A particular area, there was nothing. That it was a massive failure under your reign. It's a disappointment. So we should not relitigate this, Jerome. Listen, I'm speaking to you now as a strategy and as a political person. That is the area that you ought to pay more attention. If somebody were to come and say, I didn't perform, I didn't do this, then I mean the leader will not pay attention. The leader didn't pay attention. So I would advise, and sometimes politics, we need to remove sentiments and come back to professionalism and come back to looking at the policy prescription. If we can sit and try to juxtapose our reasoning in terms of what is it that we wanted to do. Because if that didn't happen, then you want to come back.
Yeah,
to that.
but it's in the discussion that we are having and the scrutiny. Wouldn't that make the next person even better because they know it's coming? Instead of sweeping it under the carpet, we are discussing it because the president brought you in, okay, and said, guys, the people are calling off footballers, and you know the stigma attached to being a footballer in this country, okay, in our society. Whether you have a PhD, other men are made a football man. Your parents will tell you they don't even want to look at the survivability of athletes. That if you make it to the Europe, you make it to the major league, your whole family generation, you are done because the money that you will bring in. So instead of encouraging our children to take sports as seriously as being an engineer or doctor, we said, I'm a football player. In fact, when I catch you on the football field, when I finish with you, that's how my parents used to say, we don't want to see you on the football field because I grown up people. So now that we have arrived, I take Pewee, I say, Pewee, you and I was on the football field. You know how they treated us. Let's make this. I brought you in because you know exactly what we are talking about. He says, Chief, I got this. And then for 6 years.
And I like that, Joe.
For you too, because as a manager, you do quality control. Every quarterly, you say, my man, what's going on in your area? Can you make some report? What's happening there? Nobody did that.
That's it. Nobody. And that's it. And you said, and the man himself played the game. Because I was picking out, we had the name, Zoga Wilson, one of the goalkeeper, right?
Yes.
You know, but the other part of it, so that one, so I can remember all the time coming up in soup factory, you know. I got a name that you called me.
You from the chicken soup factory too?
From the soup factory area. Ghana's the soup factory. They hold that whole terrain. I hold soup factory. I so come that area to go catch Brofor and other things, free football player, Mao. Oh, that man community that they were I grew up.
That's right.
I went there. I was like 3-4 years when I went to factory. Up to the time the civil crisis erupted. So there's this guy, a big brother. I need to really do well and find my next trip in Africa. Hopefully, in the next couple of months, I hope to really see him. I was told that he's in Accra, Ghana. I have to try to stop there and find him. This Thomas Apuma, right? Thomas Apuma then played for FPRC. I used to be the person that always would take a booth as a beginning coming. I used to like him, so so now I used to team, I had to tap the football and other thing. So, but then coming out, he even put the name coming Kofi. That's a name that is very popular on me, right? So, but there was a time, there was a game, so one people out in the area that are just slipping a name, James Myean. He didn't used to like, I don't know, he didn't like Zoga was got out of the team, but Zoga was not the goalkeeper. They started the whole thing about that job bucket thing. This is going to do. That need that he's going right. That thing is that thing. But on a serious note, if I would say for the record, there's absolutely no need for people from George Weah or the President Weah, His Excellency Obek, to attack Mr. Wilson. Let's even don't lie. If Mr. Wilson didn't perform when he was Minister of Sport and he said those things, it's not time that he said he's taking that. If someone was paying attention, that man, if he knew he was not performing, he would have been out of the ministry. He's talking about 6 years here.
6 years.
I mean, you the president, there's nobody getting a job. Nobody was elected but George Weah. Nobody. So no person that was elected on that ticket was George Weah, Madam Joe Howard Taylor for the 6 years. All of those that were appointed by the president serve at the will and pleasure of the president. And that's why the Constitution is also very clear. It didn't say they are serving at their own will. So for me, let's focus on the major issue. The strategies now moving forward should be to focus on the major adversary. CDC major adversary now is the ruling establishment, the current ruling party. Are they rescuing the country as per their political manifesto or their agenda? Instead of wasting time on a man that is here currently, living his private life, and they're just trying to reflect that he didn't perform. He didn't perform leaving. It's over. Let's focus now on if you were to come back, what will you do? But quickly, I'll end on this note. If Mr. Weah were to regain the Liberian president, is something that I believe is possible. It's about time that he focus on the realistic thing about governance, the governance aspect. That at the end of the day, the pomp and pageantry, the grandeur and the rest of those things will come along. But focus on the governance issue. Leave the issue about friendship. You see, the thing about friendship sometimes it can be difficult, but beyond friendship, it was people would think that if they are appointed on a Weah administration, they believe that they got an elected 6-year job. And I think that got to change. That would be my only advice about to sit across the table with the president. If you can take anything in terms of picking why your thought process as a chief, you can be a good leader, but just increase the level of supervision and be serious about what you want to do for the people of Liberia. If you did that, you can be an extraordinary leader. It's part of the reason why people probably didn't do things, because youth and sport was a massive failure according to the person that performed there. It's unfortunate.
Let me welcome Seleke Kromah. How you doing, young man?
Doing good, Mr. Gayman. How are you?
Doing very well. Let me welcome Truth in Ink. I like the new look. Look like a real Batman. The last Batman. That's right. There you go. The last Batman, not a regular Batman. The last Batman. If you went to movies in Liberia and you watch the karate shows and the different shows, they got all the bad guys, the hero will kill, but the last Batman, that's the toughest of the tough. He's the guy. He's the gatekeeper. When you kill him, then the show ends. This is the last Batman. Truth in Ink. Welcome, Truth.
Well, why can I be the first hero?
No, well, you see, I'm the hero here, so you can be hero.
Sometimes they get two protagonists in the movie sometimes. But yeah, man, it's good to be back. You know, I've been dealing with some research for the past few weeks, still on it. So yeah, man. But it's always good to be back to provide our own input on issues that affect our people. We think a lot of things happening in the country now. We think that national leadership need to pay serious attention as to what's unfolding. The greatest challenge to Liberia continuing to be the issue of economic expansion, job creation, improvement in our healthcare sector. You know, I think it's about time, that should be the focus in which we challenge governments and people who seek elective offices in our country, not just the presidency, but even our lawmakers, because it can just continue being this same cycle. I mean, it's been 2 years since the past leadership left power on the argument that they weren't doing anything much. The country was this, but come now, tell me, there isn't any significant shift in direction as to what's happening. Sometimes we understand these things don't happen overnight, but at least when you see the different programs being put in place, then you understand that eventually it could, yield some fruit. Like for example, in the U.S., Obama passed the Reconstruction Bill or something. It went on. By the time Trump came over, it started taking effect. Things were okay. So these kinds of different programs, these kind of, and what the people did, they didn't go because they were paid. No, the laws they passed, the budget bills, instrument that they used to affect change. So we hope that can be the focus right now in the country. Other than that, we might have another 6 wasted years, and then 6 years from now or 6 years, we go back to campaign again for another set of leaders, new set of leaders, perhaps without any different vision except that they join the noise, we all sing behind them, and they go there, and the same old thing. We just need somebody to practically tell us how can add effect with the resources within the country, with the limit of our country's own capacity. What can we do to turn things around? I mean, nothing. So we hope to look at other issues on your decks and provide our own input on it.
Great.
Yeah, Mr. Gayman, can I come in?
Yes.
Okay, so I think everybody's doing an intro, and good to be here this morning from my end. So I'm just reminded about the call that we received today through the chat room from Mr. Johnny in Nimba County. Because he's currently visiting a district in Nimba, and he met with some of the residents there, so he decided to call and just kind of give the closing argument something. So he placed an emergency call through the WhatsApp group. And unfortunately, all of us who were on the call, we didn't have the opportunity to give our point to some of those people who were on the call with us because of both Abu and Sarah, because Abu was trying to, send a wrong narrative, and then Sarah too was trying to correct him. But at the end of the day, everybody had to leave the call. But Mr. Gayman, what I took from that call today is that, and those people who were on the call today, they sound like, elderly women, and I want to respect them, and I want to stand in solidarity with them because they spoke about a lot of challenges they are going through in that part of the country. And what was so special about that message to them, Mr. Gayman, is the fact that they don't even know their own representative, the lawmaker. Because I remember when they were speaking, I don't know if it was you or Cyril, and one of you asked them, who is the lawmaker for your district? And they were saying, we don't even know. And this speaks a lot. And for me, my message to them today was basically about, look, we understand you guys are going through those kind of challenges in terms of getting access to water or whatever it is, but all of us will have a role to play into this. How can, mothers with children, you make a decision for 6 years of your life, in your children's life, and you don't even know who is heading your district, but you just depends on complaining and crying to people and think that your problem is going to be solved. So for me, I see that as an issue, and these are the same people, Mr. Gayman, that those same people who have problems or love because of that, they will go back to them in 2029 and say, I want you to vote for me, give them some quick impact project or maybe some money, and they will go and vote for these same people. So I understand some of you are recommending that you're going to get in touch with the lawmaker to see how they can intervene to give them some assistance. But it's both ways, Mr. Gayman. And this is exactly what is wrong with the country. And not just the people in Nimba. The rest of the country, we go to election, we depend on the next election and forget about the time frame. There are Liberians who were really, really, passionate about change, that life being able to impact through the different leadership that they've been able to support, through the course of 12 years or 18 years ago. But nothing have changed. And some of those same people, they are still passionate, standing behind those people that they've been supporting throughout. So for me, I think we need to kind of, educate our people how to vote, to not follow quick impact project. Don't look, whenever you are in Liberia or in the diaspora, there's an election going on in Liberia. There is no conversation about what somebody has to bring to the table. What you can do to make what's a policy, presidential debate, and all of that. But the conversation, someone will even tell you, say, I can't vote for you, Mr. Gayman, because you refuse to give me your party t-shirt, or you refuse to give me, a few dollars when you came to talk to I am a group and all of that. So I think this is the main issue. But I sympathize with them. I share that pain, and this is exactly what most of the people are going through in Liberia. And unfortunately, Abu, we're on our call today, showing the people that look, the government of Liberia, especially the water in Siwa, they are working to take water to Nimba. When Montserrado, bulk of the communities in Montserrado don't even have running water. But they will jump over all the communities, Baba Magibi, Bon County, go all the way to Nima and give people water. And this is how unrealistic, some of us tend to be once we are benefiting from certain group of people. But I just wanted to highlight that it was a serious concern today. We had a lot of women on our call. They were crying, complaining about the hardship, the challenges they are going through that part of Nima County. And we want them to stand strong. That's demand from this government. And that's in Nima County, Mr. Gayman. 8 human beings in a small town. I don't know the name of the town, but during the 2023 election, 8 human beings living in a kingdom, including a 3 weeks old baby, Mr. Gayman. How can a woman give birth to a child, to a baby, and you are brave enough to take a 3 weeks old baby with you over a water to go fishing, if not because of hardship? Up to today, that baby body, nobody have been able to find our baby, the body of our baby, including the rest of the people who left in the water. And that's the same content we're talking about. So, and most of the time we hear Jeremiah Koga, it's just a noise. But what is the impact those people are making? To make a difference, to change the story of the people that are crying every day. So I just wanted to share that today, Mr. Gayman. Thank you.
I told Johnny, uh, if you are in advocacy, wherever you are, this thing they call photograph. Photograph. You saw the guy that they call him the sheriff. He's on Hot FM, Roger. The man went to Nimba County or Bon County and showed the pictures of where the kids were sitting. That's all it took. That's what we are talking about. You can put 1,000 people on the phone, it means very little. Show us some photographs, a picture of the life of these folks you were talking to didn't even know which district they live in. We were asking whether it was District 8, District 1, District 3. They didn't know which district they were in. They didn't know their representative. She said, one said, the one guy that came, he talking his throat. We don't understand what he's saying, all that. So, Johnny, when you're out there and you have an expose, let's say one picture is worth 1,000 words. Take the pictures and send it to us. Let me work on the chief himself, the big boss man.
The district, Larry Yankwa district. I don't know which district is that, but the former representative of Nima, Larry Yankwa.
Okay, we'll find out. Let me work on the chief. Are you doing that, chief?
Hey, Mr. Gayman, good to see everybody. The Truth Inc., great Sylvester Pewee, Seleke, and all our listeners and viewers. Good to be on the closing argument. it appears that everybody were on call this morning. Myself on a call today for almost 3 hours, more than 3 hours. Oh yeah, and our on a call was basically trying to put 2029 together. But it was a good call. It's good for the discourse. It's good to have these calls, and because right now, I think 2029 will be an election where everyone will be involved. Those who have been like, I'm tired, I give up. They'll see the reason now to get involved, and be more active and so forth. Because you cannot keep on saying, you can't sit in the side and say, oh, people think, let them do what they want to do, because you can stay in America as long as you want to stay in America, but there will come a time you want to go home. You want to go home to enjoy your country, no matter what happens. Most of the old folks, you notice when they get old, they won't be here. They won't go home where they can go to the garden, go to the farm, walk around and do stuff and so forth. So in America, after 3 months, you got 3 months to enjoy the weather. From there, next thing, cool season. So that have been the problem. But we look forward to see what happens in the coming months, the coming weeks. And like I said, always a lot going to happen in the next 2-3 years. You should expect a lot to happen. There will be cross carpeting. People will move from one party to another. They will split. There will be people you see today that they are buddies, they are friends, they are political allies. Will become political enemies. You will see it happen. We've seen it in the cycle. So we expect a lot to happen. But the good thing, everyone should get involved and ensure that they are part of the process, because you want to. I mean, if you like what you have seen in the last 2 decades, it's up to you. If you don't like it, you get involved to be part of the change that we all are striving for. That's why I love reading Seleke Truth Inc. and Musa letter from Seleke Kromah. I enjoy reading these things. It puts you in a position where you can start to see things from a distance, and that's how you get involved. But and before I end, there was a news tonight. I just got, so Seleke, maybe because I know I met the young brother before, but I hear that news is not true. He's still alive. It is. Can you confirm it?
Who?
Earlier this morning, we learned that the former Liberian National Student Union president, Vasi, I don't know.
Oh, Avani Jesse?
Yeah, they hired
Yeah,
that.
I was just waiting for when they may going to recognize me in the second time. I'm going
to. I just saw in the chat room that he's alive still.
No. Then I'm missing it, because it's been all on social media. That
as I said, the chat room where they're doing the fund, they started to do the fundraising for his illness.
Yeah, in our chat room also. But our chat room also, they say he was dead. They say he's still alive.
Yeah, check it. It's an update I just saw. That's what I'm saying.
And praise God. But then if that's the case, then I don't know how people can move about it. That's why we have to be mindful how we make use of the social media when it comes to announcing death news.
And I met a young man before. And I think he was a strong. He's a strong supporter of the Russian leader Putin. He calls himself Putin, I think. Yeah.
Well, someone said DTV is reporting in Monrovia that he is alive.
Yeah, that's what I heard. But all around this morning, all what they were carrying the news that he was passing, and people was like, so just before I got on the show, the chat room went up there and said that he's still alive. But I pray God that he's alive, and the Lord should intervene and ensure that he's alive and let him come true. He's a young man that Liberia needs tomorrow, But I think the guests, the CDC Youth League Vice Chair for Operation and Political Education is getting set at Kia radio station, where he'll be coming from live tonight.
Excellent.
So I think he will be coming on very shortly, so we can start the process.
Excellent. Truth. Let's start with. I got an email. I think I forwarded to the chief himself. It's about the Weir administration and this the power agreement thing, because there have been a lot of news, propaganda, denial, and listen. you may not like the guy, you may not like the person, but when we were in elementary writing, the people tell you that you have to cite your sources. You got to give credit where credit is due. It is mandatory. It is the law of intellect. You have to do this. And it says here, Liberia World Bank signed $96 million financing agreement for 60 megawatt solar energy. And on the front page of that paper, you will see Honorable Tue and representative from the World Bank. And it says here, the African Press, Liberia has signed a financing agreement with the International Development Association for the production of an additional 60 megawatt of renewable energy geared toward further solving the country's energy crisis. The project is an initiative of the World Bank on a regional energy solar power intervention project, RESPITE. It is a $311 million regional program supported by the World Bank to scale electricity access to millions of existing and prospective consumers in Chad, Liberia, Sierra Leone, Togo, through rapid development and grid connected renewable energy. Man in ink, truth in ink.
Well,
This is what your administration, these are things that you did that you should be credited for. We just came from criticizing the youth minister for his fiasco and his utterances. And then here we have a major undertaking that people try to deny, and they have to come out and debunk the propaganda. I mean, what are we supposed to do when truth in ink doesn't exist everywhere as it should?
Look, first of all, let me say this. I'm not shy away oftentimes, and sometimes even at the pushback from members of my party, when I do highlight opportunities that we did not expand to the point where we could have. But the truth is also that I think the United Party now has the responsibility of the country to take it from there. And look, to credit to the past government, there were significant accomplishment. But what happened was that it's like when you have a responsibility and you're performing your job, it's not to make news out of that because that's your responsibility. It's like you gave me, you can't go be paying your kids' school fees and trying to make it look like a news on Facebook, or you provide 3 times meal for your children every day, and then you come on around the world to their female children. That is no news. So basically, some of these things you see happening were things that we felt it was the responsibility of the government to do so, and not one that require one to talk every time. It's just unfortunate that United Party coming now, having been successful to take over the country through lies and propaganda, to perpetuate that lies and propaganda must first discredit everything that they saw so that it appear and then reclaim it later. They did it to Ellen. So there's that new. Remember when they I think quote unquote expelled Eddie and felt she was not good for the party, yet every other thing that she did to push the country forward, they try to claim that. So I think they are very good in claiming these things, give false narrative. But here's the truth though. CDC did not take our electric grill backward. It expanded it. We saw the thing flowing from the borders of Nima County coming all the way down to around Bourne County. Mm-hmm. We saw homes being electrified. And beyond that, it became a little cheaper compared to the 12 years under the United Party. So what we're saying is this. What United Party need to do is to build on that. And that is the frustrating part there. We're not moving forward. They're just standing in the same box. Practically either doing almost the same thing CDC did in terms of achievement. We would expect them to do it. For example, if the thing were around 35 cents when CDC left it, probably they need to put it around 20 cents. That's what it is. That's in my view, the definition of government is continuity. to build on the progress that was made. You know, and so those empty narrative can go. It's 2 years now. We could understand you get there 6 months, you say, yeah, the past government, 1 year, up to 1 year, perhaps people will try to reason with you when you hold the past government responsible for the challenges. But look, it's 2 years now. You practically only have maybe 2 or most 3 years to actually execute any of your mandate. And truly, a clear-cut blue picture of what rescue is, we can say. Because sometimes you see the vision must be so clear, transparent, that the layman on the street can talk about. For example, Torgbean vision was open door policy.
Yeah, I will put on.
Educated knew it. Torgbean King, he said, from mat to mattress, higher height. You know what I'm saying? Though King, he said, Green Revolution, go back to the store. CDC came with pro-poll, and what was some of the definition of its pro-poll? It was able to create a free public education, university education, it built public houses across the country. So those are semblance of what the policy is. It is important that the guys in the rescue mission try to make what the rescue mission vision really is, so that the ordinary person not being able to read can just see, feel, and then we can all be integrated into that. Unfortunately, that's not the case. They still bent on being political every time. Everything is about politics. And that's why you see so much noise in the country. Because the ruling party is not focused on governance. They focus more on politics. You know, and that's why I wrote an article, as Timon said, about the greatest threat to the Unity Party, for which its dream for a second term seems unlikely, is within its own base. There's a serious disenchantment and resentment that is boiling within the Unity Party. And I tell you, within the next 6 months, it's going to bust open. You know, because why? Because they are now focused on delivery. They focus more on spinning narrative. And that can be, like I was talking to somebody, there is this narrative in the country that nobody is on 150. But that's not the case. So, you know, so we just hope that they can do better.
So, Mr. Gayman,
Yeah.
because you know it's late in Morocco, so I think the guest is in the studio.
Let's
now.
do it.
So, like, let us welcome Alvin C. Wisse, the Vice Chairman for Operations and Political Education of the CDC Youth League. Yes, he's.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, Mr. Gayman, if you mind, can I start?
Sure. Go ahead.
Now, welcome again, Alvin Wisse. Mr. Wisse, welcome to the closing argument for the first time, I believe. I think you know most of the panelists here. Mr. Gayman is here, our lead panelists, Seleke Fofana, your party national vice chairman, and also see Seleke Kromah in Kigali, Rwanda. He comes from the Alternative National Congress too, and the other guys will join us later. I just want to say, maybe you can give your intro then before I ask my first question, then I'll turn it over to Mr. Gayman.
Well, thank you, the great St. Tomalin George. Let me extend.
I gotta welcome you as well, my man. Let me welcome the man as well.
No problem.
Yeah, let me welcome the man. You know, the likes of Avi and many other young people. Every time I see them, very vibrant, being able to influence the narrative in the country. Just tell me again that the Mate Party will live forever, because of course we are leaving the stage, and we know that we can leave it in good hands, great hands. Today, Avi alone, single-handedly, is trending, changing the narrative, the conversation in the country, making everybody taking a dictionary to read. That's how you trend. That's how you become an influencer. And I'm very proud of that he has elevated beyond that. Today, he's one of those people now that will cultivate what happens in the country in the next few years. So it's good to be on the show with you today. I look forward. I trust what you will deliver tonight to the people of Liberia. And I'm very proud, you know, having served in the youth league before as its first chairman. I'm very proud to know that we have men who can stay, carry on the mentor. So welcome.
Thank you, Comrade Vice Chair, veteran Seleke, for the words of encouragement, the compliments, and honor, and I'm thrilled by all of those benedictions. Let me extend revolutionary greetings to the different panelists who constitute this very, very unique platform that tend to always sharpen contradictions, provide basic commentary on the politics of the country, and informing the Liberian people on issues of critical national concern. The letters of Mr. Gayman, St. Tomalin George, the comrade from Kehleboe Kromah, and all those who are yet to arrive on this great rendezvous. I think it is actually genuine and sacrosanct to pay respect to all of you who continue to use the microphone to educate and provide better narrative to our people, because at the end of the day, what matters is that irrespective of our political persuasions and which of the political divide we find ourselves, Liberia is a common denominator, and that matters to every one of us. So I'm looking forward for us to having a very great conversation tonight, and it's an honor again for such a glorious invite and opportunity.
So, okay, I will just hit my first question to get this thing going, and then Gayman, you take it from there. Again, welcome to all. Welcome, I think Mr. Pewee. Pewee is up there. Pewee, want to say anything before we start? You're muted.
Okay. I just want to take this time to, I took a kind of a break just now before Abby could surface. I just want to take this time to welcome the comrade. We share one thing in common. We all supported a couple of things, if I would say, supported the past administration in the past elections. We all got a route from the University of Liberia, and we all got a vision to see that the country move forward. So I look forward to saying and to say to him, thank you for the service to the country. You know, we also, a lot of things, because we both serve as assistant minister, you know, we are like government. And I want to say to him, thank you for your service. And we look forward to having what I want to refer to as very interactive conversation. And look forward to seeing some prospect of the country. But I do admire keeping conversation with him, because he's someone that is deeply knowledgeable of the politics, of the governance of the society, if you will. So it's going to be a great show, and I want to say thank you again for coming on this show tonight. That you can feel comfortable, and you already have one of your own vice chair from the political side of it, and you also have a sympathizer from that background. So I think this is going to be a very comfortable terrain for him, a usual and comfortable terrain. So welcome to the show.
But something I see, something I see the in the chair, but the guest not there. Where is he? Something I see you, but I don't see the guest.
And the guest should be here.
So yeah, my question will be, if I want to know who's having reset, and then as you answering that question, the use of taburaza. How do you call it? Taburaza.
But you want to focus on policy, or you want to be going after wars and other things?
My first question, if I get an own time, my question I ask him. That's what I want to ask.
Okay.
Yeah, the use of taburaza has sparked a national debate and controversy. Tell me more about that word. I'll kick out. You can bring different debate there, but I want to start.
No, it's okay. It's okay if you want to take the time and show the war. It's okay. That's why.
Buddy.
No, it's okay. Yeah, that's why. It's okay.
You can switch it whenever time, but I want that word. I want to break that word down for us.
Okay, thank you, Tomalin George. Again, let me extend revolutionary greetings to Comrade Sylvester Pewee, and to those that are following my revolutionary honor and salutations to every one of you. And so, having we said, as you all know, I graduated from the James Doyon Assembly of God High School in Clarendon, AGM, and then eventually matriculated at the Stereo University around 2010, 2011, when I went at the university in general agriculture and later participated in U.S. student politics. And eventually, when I saw the necessity and the need to navigate my way in the politics of the nation, the country, so that we can straighten contradictions and erect the counter pillars, I got ideologically aligned with the politics of democratic grassrootism that is being led by Liberia's most mass-based democratic movement in the country, the Indomitable Mali Coalition for Democratic Change. Eventually, I became vice chair for operations and political education, and I also serve as former public relations officers of the Youth League. And yeah, so basically, that just a brief history about the character avenues in terms of the tabula rasa. How everyone has been talking about this in terms of the usage and everything. You know, if you read the etymology of words in terms of the meaning of words, the origin of words, you realize that words are used in context because every word that one speaks has a meaning and has a particular reason to that. And on the basis of that, anyone who is a public speaker, not just a public speaker, but a mass communicator, you must have an acquaintance, have words at your disposal, because the usage of words is very saquano, it's very germane in terms of mass communication, in terms of communication. So I relatively ran into different books, different encyclopedia, dictionaries. Yeah. And so we managed to have great deal of understanding about some of the words, the contextual usage, the meaning they have on people, on society, and what the words mean to the national discourse, particularly in the intellectual atmosphere, in the intellectual arena, and so forth. So, and you cannot use words if you don't know the meaning of the words. The next thing is, um, when you are playing with words, then you must understand that the words come with a particular knowledge, it comes with particular ideas, or it comes with particular belief system. And that's why, if you read epistemology, there's a subject in philosophy that speaks to what epistemology. Epistemology has to do with I mean, what you know, what you study, what you is about knowledge acquisition, is about ideas, beliefs, and the basic understanding about those things that people learn and learn and everything, the belief system. So yeah, epistemology will give you deep understanding. The etymology will give you meaning to words and everything. So when I spoke about tabula rasa, there were some reactionary elements, fifth colonists, and macro nationalists, who, in their usual political uh, process, ran after me and they attempted to circumvent my message. And then they were saying around that the word tabula rasa did not exist. And I challenged them to a national debate that though it was not their fault for their grammatical misfortune, but people like us who have sat very, very long time in the US student community, in student politics, the term tabula rasa is a deep word, entrenched, deeply rooted in philosophy, deeply rooted in education, and is deeply rooted even in criminal justice. So that war had contextual meaning in those different subject disciplines, fields, and academic areas. So people who come to the national theater and national discourse and communicate, we become very specific in how to put our words and how the words are used based on the circumstances and based on the occasion or based on the event. So tabula rasa, who is a tabula rasa or what is a tabula rasa? Tabula rasa simply means somebody that has a slate mind, blank mind. You know, there's a philosopher by the name of John Locke. John Locke is the proponent. He postulated the idea of the philosophy of a tabula rasa. He said that every human being was once a child. For example, all of us here, we were children before, we came from that infant stage. We came from that embryonic stage to where we are today. Before we could learn how to read about A, B, C, and D, before we became the accountants, economists, mathematicians, journalists, and you can name the rest, our minds were all blank, like a white piece of paper. That was what John Locke postulated. So a tabula rasa is an individual with a blank mind, empty mind, and somebody who does not have anything in terms of education or experience. So on the basis of that, I use tabula rasa and Buccaneer describing the government of Liberia decision to already implicate or indict people and subsequently arrest people during the legislative impasse. You can remember that the legislative impasse where people were blamed for orchestrating the arson attack at the Capitol building. And then subsequently, the Inspector General of the Liberia National Police has already gone ahead implicating people, arresting some of them, and concluded almost 95% of the investigation. When that process was done, it was then later the government came out to bring another group of experts to come and do another investigation when the government has already given a preliminary conclusion on those that allegedly participated in the arson attack at the Capitol building. That attitude, I believe, it was an attitude that I described as people who just were doing something that they knew nothing about, clueless people. I mean, people who were into skullduggery, for example, empty people, because you cannot conclude when investigation is still in progress. You cannot make conclusion. You cannot implicate. You cannot indict people, and later on open another chapter, open another page, another investigation procedure. So I describe that as being very, very myopic. So tabula rasa was the referral term that I used that to a group of people who were doing things they had no idea about and were clueless about the whole process. You cannot conclude investigation and later on send for people in the country to come do investigation at the Capitol building. That attitude was a form of a tabula rasa group of people placed at the Liberia National Police, being very clueless about how investigation procedure should be and what are the processes that must lead into what we call proper investigation to lead the Liberian people to who or individuals that are responsible on the alleged arson attack. Then I use Buccaneer. Buccaneer, as you know, during the ancient history, during the Spanish time, the Spanish era, those days, people used to go on the ship, on the high sea. There's something called piracy. They just go there, and then hijack. Sometimes they will rob the ship and take goods from there. So buccaneers were described in that context. Those who go on hard sea rather, and go and hijack, and go and disrupt, and go and hijack, steal, kill people for money, for properties, for goods, and other services. Those were buccaneers. So are you those two words describing the act of the Liberia National Police taking pepper spray, going to the Capitol building and brutalizing lawmakers, endangering the lives of the lawmakers, going as far as illegally trying to remove a certain speaker who was constitutionally elected by a colleagues at the 15th National Legislature, and carry on immense disruption of normal legislative functions. At that terrain, you saw how the former speaker office was infiltrated, burglarized. You saw how Mr. Yega Korowa's vehicle was also infiltrated. And you saw how lawmakers went in altercation, conflagration, and pandemonium with the very elements of the Liberia National Police under the instruction of Mr. Seleke Kromah and Jeremiah Kun and the president of the country, President Joseph Manwakai. So that act was an act of a buccaneer, the act of disruption, the act of orchestrating violence, the act of perpetrating chaos, agrimonies, ambivalence, animosity at the Capitol building was something that we did not see for the last 20 years in our democracy. And what we remember, what our picture presented to us, it gave us a dangerous photographic memory of the days of Simon Kanyado, the days of Charles Taylor, where people replaced rights with exponent of might, and they replaced the law by strong men with imperial presidency using unconventional means to circumvent the democratic tenets of our country. So those are two strong words I used to get each summary describe the incidents that occurred as it relates to the legislative impasse, describing one, the decision to have brought another experts in the country when the police had already concluded, indicted people, and they were sent to prison. That act, I described that act, that group of people, bunch of people, being very no-faced, knowing nothing, very clueless. So I said to them, they were all tabula rasa. And the act of disruption at the Capitol building, that was the act of a buccaneer. So those are two strong words that I use describing what happened at the legislature. And then there was a whole debate in the country. The words were were not used in context. Two, the words did not exist at all. And when they found out that indeed one of the words were legitimate words, and not only were they legitimate words, but they were contextualized, and then how the intellectual class came out to provide some support to the national discourse and the national debate. So those are things that spark out the controversy in the country, the debate, and I tend to submit on those.
So give it all you.
Thank you, Mr. Wisa and Jerome Gayman. Today is your first day here, so on behalf of the closing argument, we give you the clear heart. That means what the forces in Liberia, they say, if you're going to talk about equity, you come with clean heart or clean hands. We are coming with clean hands and clean hearts. So kudos to you. Let's go directly into policy here. I know you quoted John Locke. So we're going to be talking about contract theory, in which some of your right to privacy will be subverted to the state for policy keeping. So let's talk about that. Let's talk about what's happening, what's trending now in Liberia as far as policy and tradition is concerned. On the front page of Front Page Africa and the Daily Observer said, Waka suspend deputy minister accused of rape, allegedly raping a 14-year-old girl. let's discuss this in a policy perspective. Your thought on this case?
Well, thank you. On the question about where we stand, I believe that the issues about rape is a very serious offense against the state. And rape, as you know, is non-bailable in our country. And let me appreciate the former president, His Excellency, former President George Manuel Weah, who, under his leadership, set premium by ensuring that laws, stronger laws, were enacted, were inaugurated, were legitimized to ensure that people who are engaged into act of rape and sexual violence against children, women, and girls in our country can be brought to justice. And that's what we're appreciating as well. When you saw under our leadership, where the first DNA machine was brought as well, advocated to ensure that those who engage into the act, there can be proper investigation beyond all reasonable doubt to have these people brought before the law. So, in the context of what's happening now with Minister McGill, J. Brian McGill, the aspect that has to do with this rape issue under the Bouakat administration, I think it has taken a different paradigm shift. It has taken a different dimension. Now, we have credible information, credible evidence, empirical facts, not just from the clinic, but also a family member of the victim, the 14-year-old girl. They came out publicly and they established culpabilities. They established facts. They provided pieces of evidence that the victim in question, under question, was abused by this Deputy Minister Bryant at the Ministry of Youth and Sport. And under our law, rape is a capital offense, not bailable. Why we expect it? That there is a probable cause that this man, with all of the pieces of evidence and all of the different information, we expected at this time and about this time that the government would have come in swiftly to see how best first to ensure that the alleged or the victim get first safety, get her under the control of the government, and ensure that her life first and foremost is protected, and at the same time that the perpetrator, the alleged perpetrator, can be brought to justice by being arrested once probable cause is being established. In this case, there is a clear, irrefutable, and incontrovertible probable cause being established by the pieces of evidence we're receiving from the help center, then the pieces of evidence were taken from, witnesses, including parents of the little girl. So yes, there's issue about rape under this government has been politicized. There's this allegation already on the current minister of the Internal Affairs, Mr. Humani, right? Humani today he's just going scot-free. He's still parading and gallivanting around Central Moravia, around Moravia, his environs with impunity. So the same thing, that culture of impunity has extended to Mr. Brian as I speak to you. So the issues about rape, how can you, with all of the different evidence and pieces of information coming before the deaths of the Liberia National Police, they are asking us that we need to take time when the perpetrator, the alleged perpetrator, is alleged, and he has not been caught, he has not been arrested, he could escape the country. There were precedent cases in this country. There were times in this country people who were alleged of rape, statutory rape. There were times in this country individuals of such were arrested, placed behind bar until they could go through the criminal justice highway in terms of the different processes and the proceedings that involve in terms of the investigation. In this case, it has been compromised. There is an information coming in our domain that the government is working behind the closed door to manipulate the family, at the same time to go and circumvent the results from the health center so that Mr. Bryant can go with the culture of impunity. So rape issue in Liberia under the Bwakale administration is something that has been politically politically manipulated, and the fight against rape has been compromised with two different powerful ministers under Mr. Bwaka's administration. None of them up to now are going on a thorough investigation, least to say that they have been arrested for allegations of rape and sexual-based violence against vulnerable women, against vulnerable people in our country. And it is sad, it is melancholic, it is desponding, it is flabbergasting, disgusting, and it is totally bizarre.
Great.
I think we,
let me push back a little bit. What's the difference between this case and the allegation against former Minister of Foreign Affairs Kamara?
Well, I think the minister, in terms of his allegation, was not on the issue of rape. I think it was an alleged offense. I think assault or sexual maybe harassment. I don't have the details, but as you speak, there is not any conversation around the victim. The victim have not come to the national disco. The victim in this case has not come to the government of Liberia, and there has not been any established evidence that the victim has come before the law to tell her own story, to tell her own narrative on the allegation being levied against the former foreign minister. So as far as we stay concerned, and as far as the matters are concerned, that issue has not been brought to the national discourse in terms of the legal process and in terms of the different investigations and proceedings. So, I mean, allegations of such, we thought that people who are victims, and if truly, I'm not here to defend the former foreign minister, but if truly that indeed that victim, alleged victim, was victimized by the former foreign minister, I think the court, the police, and the criminal justice system, the government is continuity. I think it is fair enough for that lady to come to court. So I mean, these are two different cases, different instances, different scenario, and they don't. I mean, and that scenario does not fit in what we're talking about. What we're talking about here, we're talking about statutory rape. What we're talking about here, we're talking about a girl under age 14 years. 14 years. At that level, you are discussing the future of a Liberian child. You are talking about a child whose future is at the brink of destruction. That's what we're talking about. And we are not making up stories. Nobody is fabricating stories yet. I mean, evidence from the medical center is providing, I mean, Premier Fassi is providing empirical evidence. I mean, results are coming out that the child under question was tampered with. There's evidence that she was tampered with. Indeed, there is an established culpability that this child, I mean, was tampered with in terms of establishing the facts.
Absolutely.
So parent of that child, the father of that child also held some interviews on one of your sister radio stations and also admitted that the child was tampered with. So, I mean, the victim in this case have come to the Liberian people and they have proven admittance that there was an allegation of rape and sexual-based violence.
Even the police chief himself admitted that yes, it had been established. Let me go to Honorable Pewee. Honorable Pewee, you are next.
Thank you. You see, this debate is ongoing on the most serious note, and I do agree we're going to go into different cycle of of the political discourse. But yes, Alvin is very well on course in terms of from the intellectual class. We will come in your defense in terms of all the words being used, like the tabula rasa word that John Locke spoke of. And as a matter of fact, what John Locke did in his theory, the theory of the self as the blank page. He referred to the theory of to the self. As a student of political science, I spent sufficient time analyzing different perspectives about John Locke. So that theory of the self is with the knowledge and identity. You say everyone as a self, the knowledge and identity, everything is empty. You have to come to experience things before knowledge can be gained. So you see the theory of the self, the blank page, refer to the self of the blank page and the rest of that. So there's a lot more he did. So yeah, you absolutely correct about that. But it's good enough to sparse the intellectual debate. It's important to do that. Many you actually on course and the research process is on course. But I'll come back to this. I will leave this debate about. We will get to that later on. But for quickly, Jerome, you asked a question about the former foreign minister. The former foreign minister case, it was an alleged sexual harassment.
Harassment, that's correct.
Yeah, it was an alleged, it was not a rape, it was an alleged sexual harassment case.
That's correct.
Ms. Cummins from the permanent mission office. She was one of those, I think she was serving at the time as a cadet. I was the assistant minister of public affairs when that allegation against the former minister came out. And what I know about that case at the time is that the NYPD here in New York did investigate the case, and the NYPD saw no substance to move forward with that case, because the NYPD do take those kind of cases very seriously. If you can recall, before the election, I think days before the roundup or so, there was another issue that unfolded when she was misbehaving at the place, and the then president called the NYPD
at the consulate.
And she was in live conversation with the then deputy minister of foreign affairs. Formally, I think it led to his dismissal by the former president.
That's
so
correct.
Yes, I think there was no case, there was no substance to move that case to court unless there's something that we don't really deeply understand. But Mr. Wisa, I just want to take you back to the current state of affairs in the country as to. You spoke of the only DNA machine we have in the country that was brought in by then President Pewee administration and the rest of that. What is the current state of affairs, particularly at the only the biggest referral hospital in the country? We're receiving some information that situation is very terrible. Because you spoke of the DNA machine, and you brought me back to reflect on those, and also the dialysis centers that the former president also refurbished at the time and brought a lot of machines in. But what's the current state of affairs in GFA? I'm told we don't even have blood pressure machines to even take.
People talk 3 hours. The tabula rasa people that think take you out, right?
Honorable, we say while you are on, let me get I think Seleke Kromah was here from Kromah. Go ahead.
Yeah, again, good to see you, Kamara. So basically I want to ask you about your past roles you played in the last government at the Ministry of Agriculture. So many Liberians, criticize President former President Weah, that he gave people like you, young folks who were not qualified back then, an opportunity to serve a country. And I don't know, for whatever reason, maybe political differences or what have you. But I want to know, what can Alvin Wisa, as a former assistant minister at the Ministry of Agriculture, boast of? What is your achievement? I don't know if you actually served for the entire 6 years, or you were there for just a couple of years before the election or what have you. But what can you boast of? And I want to admit that you are eloquent. Nobody can dismiss that. But for a young man like you to have served a country, it's very, very encouraging, because all of us will want to have that kind of opportunity. But what can you say to Liberians today that, what did you do at the Ministry of Agriculture as assistant minister, when you were given the opportunity. I would like you to expand on that.
Yeah, so thank you ever so much, Comrade Kromah. In terms of my term of reference at the Ministry of Agriculture, particularly Assistant Minister for Regional Development, Research and Extension, my role was a policy role, very simple. As you know, the Ministry of Agriculture has several departments. One of those departments is the extension for research and regional development. What we did under our leadership as extension delivery service providers, our role is to ensure that we work along with farmers to communicate new extension techniques, new extension methodologies throughout the 15 sub-political divisions. And that is the reason why if you go to the Ministry of Agriculture, the Department of Extension is mirrored in the 15 counties. And then at the Department of Extension, we do not only communicate new techniques, new innovations, new creative measures or methodologies in terms of our advisory services we provide to farmers, but we also provide agro input supplies to that of our farmers to enhance their productive capacities. So part of our responsibility was to ensure that we create that support and give farmers the requisite tools, the requisite implements, or the required facilities that are geared towards expanding their productive capacities. So we did that by working with different projects at the Ministry of Agriculture. If you were to go there today, they will tell you some of our projects that were initiated during our stay at the Ministry of Agriculture. We have the Regional Economic Transformation Agriculture Project, for example, which is called the RETRA project. We also have the STARP project, which is the Smallholder Agriculture Transformation Project. Those projects are in several counties in Liberia. And then we targeted a particular group of farmers who were end recipients or beneficiaries of the different project goals that were initiated under our ministry. So, for example, we're dealing with farmers in thematic agro value chains. We're dealing with cocoa farmers, we're dealing with cassava, and we're also dealing with farmers in the rubber. And then we have other farmers into vegetable production and everything. So those people were categorized and placed. We were into poultry farming as well. So those people were the ones who benefited from the different projects under our administration. And not only that, we also ensured that we left from our offices and went at the different counties. We interacted with our county agriculture coordinators, because every time there is a new project, what we do normally that informs our judgment is to first get a comprehensive report on the previous projects, so that we have a new one provided, and then we do a news assessment in terms of which one to provide to which county and to which farmer, and to in terms of their different production level with respect to a particular value chain. So we have a comprehensive report, monthly report every time that process was set up at the Ministry of Agriculture through our county agriculture coordinators, and then subsequently to our district agriculture officers, then to our regional agriculture coordinators, and subsequently back to office to the director of extension before the assistant minister for extension. So in terms of our services, holistically and generally, that role, the assistant minister for extension provides extension delivery services, an advisory role to advise farmers on what are the methodologies on how to use specific techniques in the different production cycles that will enhance growth in terms of seeing farmers living from subsistence farming to mechanized farming. So we work closely with CARI, which is the Central Agricultural Research Institute. And let me establish it and say it for the record. CARI is a semi-autonomous body that works in consanguinity with the Ministry of Agriculture. The Assistant Minister for Extension does not supervise or supersede the affairs of CARI. That what makes it semi-autonomous, independent. So there are specialized group of people or scientists in CARI who do the research on different crops, the variety of crops, the different studies, and then we take the communication from CARI. Our responsibility, our role is to communicate back to the farmers. So between CARI and the farmers, there is a bridge between the research center to that of the farmers. There where extension delivery services come in. So when we provide communication to the farmers that look, there is a particular variety that you have to use. There is a particular farming methodology that you have to use. And if you adapt this model, if you adapt this conventional process, it's going to enhance productivity because agriculture itself is an investment. The soil is a deposit. Everything you invest in the soil, it is necessary enough to have the return of the investment. So those things that we did are things that are public document. They are on the book. You can ask our farmers. They can tell you when we were there, and we work with a lot of different farmers from those ones from the international organizations and also from local farming groupings, cooperatives, all the individuals. We work with LACRA, right? But on the policy level, when we took over, we revisited LAPSE 1. There's a document called LAPSE 1. If you read LAPSE 1, LAPSE 1 has to do with the Liberia Agriculture Sector Investment Plan. When we went over there, Pillar 2 of the Propo Agenda for Prosperity and Development speaks clearly and talks primarily about agriculture. So we needed to have made LAPSE 1 consequentials to the Propo Agenda for Prosperity and Development. So what we did, we deployed our technicians, and then we did technical validation of LAPSE 2. And then in LAPSE 2, we inculcated the Pillar 2 of the Propo Agenda for Prosperity and Development in the LAPSE 2 so that it reflects our national vision, so that it reflects our national agenda and the Propo mantra that was fundamentally talking about agro product. Talking about entrepreneurship, agro business, empowering farmers, and ensuring that farmers grow beyond the regressive subsistence farming and push toward
Okay.
in farming, mechanized, or
Thank you. My last question. Let me do a quick.
Yeah, but he got to be brief. If he takes 10 minutes to respond to one question.
Exactly.
Go ahead.
So basically, if I get you right,
and also more on the show, so let Jerome let that really limit it so the guests can have time to talk to us. Because we can take more time asking the question others in there also. That will be our time.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Good. So basically, if I get you right, you are saying that your work was directly dealing with the farmers. So I just wanted to ask a quick question. We've been hearing allegation recently that I don't know, World Bank or some international organization, the opening up of funding support for farmers in Liberia that came through the government of Liberia back then during President Weah's term. And what we noticed that most of the local farmers did not benefit from that project. Instead, the big shot, Kamara Kone, Besonga Finde, and the rest of the other people that are in big position. And you are saying to us that you were more like an advisor, advising the farmers, and also like a mediator between the ministry and that of the farmers. Do you have any idea about that? And can you expand on that a little bit? Thank you.
Yeah, so those allegations have to be verified. And that's why our stewardship at the Ministry of Agriculture, when we were providing extension delivery services to our people were keen because we come from the student advocacy background. We come from the civil society background. So we went to that place with impeccable character and credential, not to funnel or siphon state resources, ambassador, the state resources that belong to the farmers. So there is a very huge allegation of corruption, yes, about people misusing resources, using finances that were meant to expand the productive capacity of our farmers and to improve farming activities throughout Liberia. So those allegations have to be verified. And that's why I want to implore all of us on the show that these allegations, if investigated, there will be probable causes on some of the different information coming, because most of the finances you're talking about, those finances come from our partners, development partners. In terms of World Bank, African Development Bank, millions of United States dollars that were placed in the agricultural sector for the purpose of improving the farming activities in the country and empowering our farmers in the country. So if there is an evidence that yet monies allotted, money that came into the country, enter the sector where Safun and Funel were surreptitiously bastardized and taken by some unscrupulous elements, we have to look at that. We have to investigate that. But as I know, during my stewardship at the Ministry of Agriculture, I was not directly involved in any conversation that has to do with money. For the record, it has to be established. I was never around money. I was never around disbursement of money. I was never around disbursement of finances. And my role, particularly, like I said in my previous expository statement, that I was primarily playing an extension advisory service provider role to educating more of our farmers on the new methodologies of farming. And we're working closely with our director of extension, county agriculture coordinators, and everything. But I can say this to you, that some of those allegations have to be investigated, that the money that came into that sector, 50 million, 100 million plus that entered to that sector, you want to ask question, why is it farmers are still struggling in the country? Is it because, people who are supposed to dispense the different resources and support the farmers are holding back the resources or circumventing the different resources, giving it to people who are not actual farmers or who are not farming directly in terms of the local farmers and the smallholder farmers, for example? I think these things will spark investigation, and they are necessary for us to go deep into that. But the names that you call, I do not have evidence, and I cannot conclude that those individuals were involved. But what I don't know, that the Senate Committee on Agriculture has also raised some concerns. There are senators in the House, in the legislature, like, for example, Senator McGill of Myean County has also raised some concerns, and we are asking questions. Those are some of the questions we're asking. That's why we're saying that the current government has to audit the CDC-led administration, whether at the Ministry of Agriculture and other line ministry agencies, they have to audit. Because when you talk about millions of dollars from World Bank and African Development Bank, being placed in the sector, the agriculture sector, and with all of the millions and all of the projects, why is it that agricultural activities are not improving? Why is it that farmers are not really getting the benefits and some of those stuff? I think these are concerns that worth investigation. And the current minister of Agriculture can be called publicly to maybe answer some of the hard questions on the closing argument. But I cannot speak for them because I was never directly proportional to any resources that has to do with fundings that came from our development partners, donors, whether from World Bank or the African Development Bank and other partners that are associated with the agriculture sector. I was never around that money. I never played with resources. That's why, as a militant, I was tactical, very strategic to ensure that we are not around anything that has to do with corruption and siphoning state resources.
Thank you.
Matana.
Pewee were in flight, and he still called Pewee, please land so we can go. We can go to.
No, I'm on. Go ahead.
Okay, Truth in Ink. Well, not his name. His name is Seleke. Go ahead, Seleke.
I mean, you can't go with different yet today.
Yeah, Mr. Former Minister Wizard, thank you so much for the expose. I just wanted to add before I ask a question that I think during the CDC administration where you serve as assistant minister, I think you had one of Liberia's best agriculturists. The first minister, Dr. Flomo, he's considered one of the best. And then from there, he was replaced with Janet Cooper, who it was widely believed in Liberia to be a practical technician in the area. And so it wasn't surprising that CDC had an ambition at the time to raise the participants in that sector from the 508,000 that was already there to about 1 million. And to your credit, I think by the time you left office, you had increased GDP contribution from the agricultural sector from 25% to about 35%. And you were able to also increase the agribusiness from 77 around 2021 to around 164 in 2002, 2003. In short, you did not leave a taboo rasa agricultural sector for the Braga government. You left something that they could build on and move forward. But my first question to you is that we hear almost all of the officials in the Braga government, senators, including Jeremiah Kuhn, boasting of big farms. Is there any possibility that those farms that these politicians, most of them that include the vice president, have both of got some support from the very agricultural package of resources that tend to come through the country? Do you have any idea in that regard?
Well, in terms of conclusive evidence of fact, I cannot say that for the record. But what I do know is that there are some names in the country. If you do an investigation on those names on their farms, about how they have acquired farms, overnight farms, most of the individuals will be implicated and most of the people will be indicted on the pitches of corruption and political manipulation of agricultural resources at their own parochial and personal aggrandizement. I can say that for fact.
Okay,
yeah, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Complete. Sorry.
Because there is according to our investigation, like I said to you, over 200 million United States dollars were invested into that sector. And what we have gotten from the different reports and the different investigation, it is saddening, it is embarrassing that most of the fundings did not actually go to the real farmers, the ordinary farmers, the smallholder farmers, those who are in the trenches of farming activities across the left of this country. So it requires a whole lot of investigation to determine individuals who must have been placed on in some of the reports on allegations of corruption when it comes to some of the questions you're raising on the platform.
All right, so let me go into politics. You serve a very critical, important position, not just in terms of title, but in terms of that sector, the young people of the country. Our own projection, our own analysis suggests that close to 500,000 new voters will come in the voting pool by 2029. That's around 500 to 600,000. It's estimated that based on our own stuff, most of them will be in the youth category. We use the last census that put around people on the age of 14 in that age bracket, they will be around 24, 25 years old by 2029. So they will still fall in a group directly falling under you. CDC intend to reclaim state power. What's the way forward? What's the plan? What's going on? What's happening, particularly in your area that you control? What's the regional strategy currently? I mean, you don't have to give all of your plan, but I mean, what's the new approach?
Yeah, so thank you for the question. In terms of the Congress for Democratic Change that you early intimated in your expose, that what we represent is the vast majority of the young people, particularly the Revolutionary National Youth League of the Indomitable Mighty Congress for Democratic Change, by extension, the Coalition for Democratic Change. I know. So the youth league represented by Comrade Mobile Johnson and the entire National Executive Committee of our party. Last year we went in Grand Bassa County, and then we crafted a policy, we crafted an agenda as a working instrument or tool to be deployed at the service of the young people going towards 2029 recalibration. So part of the agendas that we crafted in Grand Bassa Buchanan was to look at how we can decentralize the activities of the Revolutionary National Youth League of the Coalition for Democratic Change in the 15 sub-political divisions in terms of our programs, in terms of our activities across the counties. Second, we have decided to embark more on education because we believe that comes 2029, the young people will be at the epicenter and will be at the barricade to provide national leadership in terms of the giving portfolios and giving positions across the land ministries and agencies. So in order for us to prepare the young people, in order for us to get them organized, is to ensure that we give them human resource development to improve their human capital resource and get them prepared for 2029. So we have organized through our National Scholarship Scheme program, both national and international. We have organized a National Scholarship Scheme program at the national level to ensure that all of our comrades, in formal or informal academic institutions, to get the basic skills, to get the basic education, so that they can deploy it at the service of the Congress for Democratic Change 2029. So we've worked on that already, and it is in progress. And at the international level, we are in contact, in consanguinity with the diaspora base of our party, and our comrades are leaving. Some have left already. They are in the diaspora, and they are also enhancing their academic capacity at that level, because the 2029 elections, some of the challenges and mistakes that we made, for example, having some oversight on election results.
My question, my actual question is, what's the new message to the young people? You provided them scholarship, you provided them a wide fee, and yeah, you didn't get the end result. So I'm saying, what are you going to say now that will say, look, we think this is the way to go? That's the question. Not within the leadership structure, but generally to the young population of our country.
Generally to the younger population of our country, there is already a consensus GTO of a national endorsement of the different groupings that we've been meeting across the country, across the political landscape. We've met with different opposition, collaborating political parties, the different youth leagues. We have sat down with them, and we have concluded about how, for the next years, we are planning and designing strategies into how we can take over this country and revert Liberia's democratic gains back to where it was during the time of former President, His Excellency President George Manawia. So we have gotten a consensus GTO, a popular consensus across the different young people. And the CDC, the Youth League, has the largest constituency or constituents within the bailiwick of the Congress for Democratic Change. So not every young person that you see will go to school. Some are doing business. So For example, we have the motorcyclist component of the Revolutionary National Youth League. We also have the petty trailers representation. We have young women who into the market activities of our country. So these people, so we have a whole database involvement of all of the different segments of our society, and telling them that what we experienced yesteryears in terms of their expectation, we have guaranteed them moving forward that every error expectation, every other expectation that they have envisaged about the new government, the new system of leadership that will be taken over by His Excellency President George Manawiya, we have said to them moving forward that we will set premium on the holistic general and national interests of the young people across the different populations in the different countries across the country. So those things will be clear. Like we in our first term that we did, we provided scholarship, we declared free tuition and WASP policies, we digitized the State University in terms of the e-learning process, and we've gone declaring free tuition across the learning of this country that has generally affected the academic enrollment and the academic output of students who sat for the national examination across the country. So this time around, we are having conversation with the young people in opposition political parties. We're having conversation with young people in the petty trade, for example, sector. We're having conversation with the motorcyclists, the marketeers. I mean, young people across the landscape, across the social strata, across different political parameters. We're having conversation with them that the new government, they have to be prepared in terms of preparation. They have to understand that moving forward, we are going to have a government that will not only focus its national interest on just absorbing people in the public sector, for example. While it is true that the public sector is the largest source of empowerment or employment, but we also need to invest in some of the young people who have some vision and some aspirations into investing in their productive capacity, particularly in the private sector. So we having private sector conversation with young people who want to do businesses, who want to do entrepreneurship, and to accelerate their skills in education, in vocational institutions, for example. These things are conversation that we're having with young people across the landscape, across Monserrato, across Morovia and its environs, and eventually those things are all into the documents that we took from Buchanan, Grand Bassa County, and that it is part of our strategic national plan, and that's why we have documented those and placed it and sent it to the National Executive Committee of our party for endorsement. And the political leader, we are glad that we having conversation on the different thematic areas that we want to invest and we want to see at the new government responding to in terms of the hopes and aspirations of the young people in the new administration that will be led by Liberia's most venerated patriarch and nationally His Excellency President George Manawiya. So across the country, we having conversation with the young people, and I guess I show you, Seleke, across the landscape, we are our offices are busy every time in our inboxes at our offices. The young people are gravitating. I mean, they are fed up, they are tired, they are frustrated, they are disappointed that the system of governance under the current anti-democratic system of governance does not represent their aspirations. They have said that to us on the streets. The petty traders, they have said that. We're having conversation with them. As I speak to you, the motorcyclists said that this government is not, representing our holistic and general economic interest. They have said that. Even young people in the student movement, the student communities, we're having conversation with them. And so they are also, giving their disgust. They are giving their repugnancy on the level of where the government, because this government actually said that 10,000 young people, for example, would have been recruited into giving them some skills in information technology. And this information today and program that they have brought and they promised the young people has not been fulfilled. has not been implemented as I speak to you. So these young people are coming to our offices. They are seeing the signals. They are seeing the symptoms that George Weah's inevitable return to the presidency is unstoppable, and that's why they are preparing. And you can see today. I mean, you can tell us look in the public. You can see our comportment at Comrade Vice Chair. You can see all around the country. So in terms of the young people, we are in charge. We are in charge of every young person who is actively engaged into we are in charge with the leadership, the perpetrators, the motorcyclists, even young people who are into businesses. The different young people across different businesses. We are in conversation with them. We are having consultation about how they are going to be protected, how their visions about a new government under the CDC administration will
Thank you.
be, and their interest will be here.
We said let me bring in Johnny, real quick. Your two questions.
So thank you. Welcome, Mr. Wisa, to the closing argument. So number one question, when we talk about the issue of the rape, where a minister that has been suspended is allegedly, involved, and you mentioned how much evidence, you are aware of, and how much, information you have. Can you inform the public through this platform that you are prepared to assist the police with those information? And also, can you also, if it is possible, if the platform can allow, can you have the lady who you talk about as you say, I think the mother of this child, is it possible you can arrange to have her come on the show? My second question, 1 minute. My second question now is, in your capacity as Assistant Minister for Research, Planning, and the rest of it at the Ministry of Agriculture, can you give us a success story in the case of telling us this group or these groups of farmers were at this level, we brought them to this level, and this is how much they are doing. For example, if you have a group that was cultivating 1 acre of land, and through your extension work, they are able to cultivate 15 acres of land and will produce more food. That's kind of success story I want to hear from you regarding your role at the Ministry of Agriculture. Thank you.
Yeah. So, on your first question about assisting the police, we never assisted the police when they said they had evidence about people. For example, people burning the Capitol building. The police at that time.
No, Mr. Wisa, please. Mr. Wisa, 1 minute. We don't have enough time on the show. Yeah. You mentioned to us that you have information.
I'm responding to your question.
1 minute, Mr. Wisa. 1 minute, Mr. Wisa. Sorry.
I got your question. You asked me.
Please don't go to that situation. Just tell us if you can provide it, yes or no, or bring a woman to the show with us.
So I'm answering your question, but you will not teach me how to answer my question. I mean, your answer. It will be disingenuous intellectually. You can do that to me.
Yeah, but we have time limit here. Let's be specific.
But you cannot police me on the show. You tell me what you want to hear. In as much as you are willing, in as much as you have asked a question, permit me to decide how to answer your question.
But the question is direct.
It's direct. It's still relating to the police.
Yeah, but Johnny, let him answer the question.
So Johnny, will you give me a chance to answer your question?
Well, go ahead, Chief.
Yeah, thank you. So on the issue about your first question, like I said, like I intimated, that the government is protecting those alleged perpetrators of rape, and we intimated 2 names. The video of Nyenwolo, the current Minister of Internal Affairs, there is a video circulating on the social media. Mr. Johnny, do you need evidence for that? Has he been called? Has there been any investigation to establish probable cause of Mr. Nyenwolo's alleged sexual assault about Elele?
You indicate that you have that information. That's why I'm asking you.
I'm saying to you, I just told this platform that the government is shielding perpetrators of alleged sexual based violence in Liberia. The recent situation with Minister Nagbe of the Ministry of the Ministry of U.S. Sports, I just told you that one of your sister radio stations, on one of the radio stations, Spoon, I don't want to call names yet. I just also told you that family member, the father of the child, has come up publicly and admitted and documents from the health system, the health sector. I mean, the center has also established that this child was raped. This child was tampered with. Then are you asking me to come and provide, to assist the Liberia National Police? How do I assist the Liberia National Police when it is not my responsibility? It is not my role. I am just telling you that mere suspension of a man who allegedly and blatantly tampered with a 14-year-old child, and that man is still perambulating, still parading with the culture of impunity. That man has not been called for an investigation. That man is at large. Nobody cares. In other instances, you were in this country. In other cases, Mr. Johnny, you were here and you are still here. People who were alleged of rape or sexual-based violence against vulnerable people in this country, they were arrested and were forwarded to go through the criminal justice system of our country. Our advocacy here is that for investigative purposes, this man is supposed to be placed behind bars. Mr. Brian is supposed to be placed behind bars until...
Did you arrest Mr. Doe, Mr. Azedo, in the violence against a woman?
We discussed, you try to conflict, I mean, you try to you are trying to bring sentiments in the conversation. We discussed
No, not at all. Not at all. Not at all.
But Johnny, we're discussing rape.
You're discussing rape. You're discussing rape. Then you go into somebody having
somebody who assaulted a lady that was shown that also went viral on television. Who assaulted a lady also? Listen. Listen, I agree with this rape, but then what was assaulted by Mr. Doe. The government arrested Mr. Doe to go to police for investigation.
One at a time, Johnny.
We are discussing sexual assault. It was not.
Mr. Johnny,
let's not do that.
Sexual assault. Why didn't you arrest this man for sexual assault?
No, but listen, assault is different from rape.
Mr. Johnny,
but this man wasn't arrested as a crime that was committed. So then he wasn't arrested. I can't believe
Mr. Johnny. Mr. Johnny, that's how you.
Mr. Johnny, to a child. This is
Mr. Johnny. Mr. Johnny, do not embarrass this platform here. We discussed.
No, don't say that. Mr. Azedo was accused of beating a lady. I'm assault on a woman. Your government did not arrest Mr. Doe to go police station. Now, listen to me. Listen. Mr. Doe assaulted a lady, and your government did not ask her to go. Did not ask Mr. Doe to go to police.
If the lady did not file charges, the government could not force themselves to arrest him, except she would have filed some charges against him. To my knowledge, there were no charges filed.
So as I was.
Go ahead.
Can we make progress? I think Mr. Weezer need to make progress, please.
Yeah. In order to make progress, I think Mr. Johnny is embarrassing the conversation tonight.
Not at all.
He been very disingenuous to a 14-year-old child here. And I'm sure
you are the one that disingenuous. So we be. That's why I said we be.
I'm not protected here.
Please go ahead, Mr. Weezer.
It's been very disingenuous.
Yeah, but I got to be mindful of what he said also. Be mindful. Because a woman was assaulted by his minister. Equally so, that lady was assaulted and violated as a 14-year-old girl. A lady was assaulted by his minister. What did he do then? What did they do?
Johnny, we have to do it one at a time now. Please. Let's go one at a time.
No, Johnny, let me say what on this show, man. Don't try to immediate me here. I know what I'm saying. This 14-year-old girl was violated allegedly by Mr. Brian, which I do not support. But Mr. Doe also violated a lady by assaulting her and beating her. Why didn't you guys believe? That's violence against women.
Listen,
you don't know that?
Listen, those are two adults somebody have to file charges. The child involved here, the state has to file charges on behalf of the child because she's a
But
minor.
who was in charge of the state doing Mr. Weir president said when Mr. Doe beat the woman?
Listen,
Who was in charge?
Okay.
Can I add something there? To
Yeah.
my knowledge
All right,
on that
let's make
case,
progress, guys.
my knowledge on that other case, I understand it was a girlfriend taking her boyfriend car and putting somebody in the car. So the man put the ball down.
No, listen. Don't make fun. I'm discussing a female issue. This girl was assaulted and beaten by Mr. Doe. Equally so, Brian has raped this girl. So I'm saying if in your government you couldn't arrest Mr. Doe to go for prosecution or question of the police, why are you arguing now? Leave it to the state to also prosecute Mr. Bryant. That's my point I'm making.
But did the girl file any charges against Minister
Yeah,
Doe?
but Johnny, there is not a correlation between
The logic doesn't add up at all.
There's not
Are
a
you
correlation
saying-
here.
Are you trying to say in logic because of this equal to because of that? Is that what you're trying to say?
Mr. Gayman, it does. A woman was beaten and assaulted and violent against woman. Equally so, the rape this girl is also violent against the girl.
Listen, that's why
Hey, man. That's why
they got degrees of violation.
No, you can have the show. I'm speaking to me. This is my terrain. Gentlemen, this is my terrain. This is what I work into. This is my terrain I work into. Don't try to achieve me. This is my terrain. This is where I work into. You understand? This is my terrain I work into. But you guys can have the show and go on. You can go ahead with your show. Go ahead. No problem.
Johnny, let me ask you. Let me ask you. If two adults got into a fight, somebody assaulted somebody, to what degree? What degree is that? What degree felony is that? Fine.
Listen. We are discussing an issue of a 14-year-old girl being raped, which is a serious issue on the ground. That's felony. That's statutory rape. Now, listen to me now. Let me make my statement. Listen. The other issue also is a female was assaulted and beaten by a minister in government.
What degree of felony is that?
You have your show. Go ahead. Have your show.
Johnny, don't leave. 1 minute. Jerome, let me say this. I think that is.
You're not ready. You're not ready. You're not ready for this show. You go ahead. You're not ready. You go ahead. You're not ready.
I think. You can have a disagreement, but you don't have to.
Go ahead, Pewee. Go ahead.
Johnny, if you leave, you'll be a coward.
Johnny.
No, I'm on the show. I will listen to the show. You go ahead. I will listen.
Johnny is coming with a position here that now they both are all crimes against the states. What did the state? What of the approach of the state when that happened at the time? Allegedly, did the state move to? Because hey, we're not looking at the gravity of the crime first and foremost. If it's a crime against the state should act. I think that's his position. So we shouldn't just dismiss in totally.
Nobody dismissing it. Nobody dismissing it. If two adults are into a fight, somebody have to file charges.
You and I went back and forth on this issue. What I don't want us to do, we all meant here. We should not politicize. Listen, I hope you give me the time, please. I'll just be quiet. Or you give me
what makes this political?
What I don't want us to do, we should not politicize this issue about
who is politicizing.
And I'm coming. To say because the police came out, listen to Alvin, I differ with him on this one. To say that he is alleged, that is a misrepresentation of the facts that are unfolding in the country. He's not alleged. The police, the head of Women and Children Division of the Liberia National Police was very clear on this show. She was very explanatory to detail in terms of the investigative process. She said the man turned himself over. The investigations are ongoing. There are forensic and sex analysis being conducted. There are scientific and medical analysis being carried out. So to come and say this, and you sit here because you have a perception about this whole case, and it's wrong. And you said you did a thing yesterday, Jerome. If you want to come and sit and want to listen, this thing about rape, it is possible that girl may have been tampered with, but who tampered with her? They need to establish the fact. So what we want to do, we should not be sentimental. We should not be sentimental about this matter. We have to allow the investigation to unfold. The man is not alive. The man is not alive. The president suspended him.
You've been sentimental. Let's give the
I think you've been sentimental.
He's not alive.
No, you are being sentimental.
What time in Liberia, if an alleged rapist go into and say and go back home?
You see part of the misinformation you come up with. He's not alleged yet. He has not been charged. to be charged, you gotta be alleged. You gotta be charged to be an alleged rapist.
Listen,
he's not charged.
Pewee, there's
ongoing investigation.
Pewee, this is where you're getting it wrong.
There's ongoing investigation.
The case here is that the government is not consistent. There are people behind bars that have been incarcerated just by mere allegations.
Now, if it wasn't done right yesterday, it doesn't mean it shouldn't be done right today.
But Pewee, he's supposed to be arrested though.
Listen,
if we will follow criminal jurisdiction,
he should be arrested with probable cause.
It is alleged.
Let our guest speak.
Let our guest
the show go.
Mr. We said,
I just want to say this. Now ruin this probable cause.
Can I before you continue?
Mr. We said,
in that case, he should be arrested.
Yeah, so I think I had got the big brother, what's his name, Johnny, Mr. Johnny. You don't have to be temperamental. They have a discussion. It's part of the intellectual demo. Don't leave the terrain. I admire your resilience to have the acrobatic intellectual engagement. So let's move forward. I think he's trying to deploy a diversionary 30-year to say there's something called this after this, therefore because of this, because it was this yesterday, so we should accept it now. I mean, and you comparing two different things that have no correlation at all. So there's a contradiction and contradiction in what you say here. And we will be clear to the conversation here. This is not about, defending United Party and defending the CDC. Yeah. This is about an existential threat on a life of a man. Statutory rape in our country is a capital offense. And there is a probable, cause that have been established already.
Who established probable cause? Who established probable cause?
So, Pewee, you have to give me a chance.
No, I'm giving you no. We'll not allow you to spill mis and disinformation here. We'll give you a chance.
Pewee, get asked question. So hold on now.
Who established probable cause?
No, Jerome, it's okay. That crossfire is okay.
No. Who established probable cause? Jerome, don't do this.
Jerome, it's okay. Jerome, it's okay. Allow the crossfire.
Listen, we didn't come in a crossfire. We came in
to support it.
We didn't come in a crossfire, but we will not intervene.
So, Garguah, you gotta speak one at a time.
So who established probable cause?
There you go. Now we have people talk. No, we can't do that. We gotta speak one at a time.
Now I will let you go ahead. I just want to say
so there is preliminary. Excuse me. There's preliminary medical reports that came.
You can hear me? I can't hear nobody.
Hello.
Go ahead.
There's preliminary medical report. There are testimonies from family members, and there's evidence in a preliminary evidence that the child under correction was tampered with. And there is a clear evidence from what we saw through the medical reports. We have interacted with some of the family members, and they and coupled with the reports from the center, the health center, there is evidence. There is an empirical, incontrovertible, and irrefutable evidence that the child under question was tampered with. So it is established, Pewee, that the child was tampered with. What we are asking for here is that Mr. Bryant should turn over himself. I mean, the police, like it was done in other cases, in previous cases, when it was alleged that people, committed the act of rape in our country, they were under the custody of the Liberia National Police until they go through the criminal justice cycle or the criminal justice system. That's what we are saying. So we are saying to you that almost a month, 2-3 weeks has passed when the allegation came. What did the government do? The government did not intervene swiftly because they were trying to manipulate and politicize this process to protect and see this man. So we are saying to you clearly that just mere suspension of Minister Bryant, is not sufficient. Just mere press conference from Mr. Garguah Kromah is not sufficient. What we are saying here is that there is an established evidence that the child under question was tampered with. And in order for us to prove beyond all reasonable doubt which is a process under our jurisdiction. The suspect under question has to be brought before the criminal justice system of our country to answer some of the allegations, to answer some of the questions. But in this process, he cannot be at large. He cannot be going, using government vehicle. He cannot still be paraded enjoying privileges. And this man, and the government is playing politics and coming to the Liberian people that they need to conduct this, they need to conduct that. Okay. We are saying in other cases, to conclude, in other cases, when people were alleged of rape in Liberia, in other cases, given the kind of sensitivity that the rape has and the issue about rape in our country, the premium that is set up on this matter, they are brought before the jurisdictions of the country of the police. The police will keep the individual under police custody so that we can protect the integrity of the evidence and the process of investigation. But it did not happen in the process. It did not happen with Mr. Bryant. It was public pressure being mounted on him. People had to demonstrate before the government came in lately to intervene. So there's a toxic political attempt to manipulate the process, and we, as political actors in this country, we will not allow anybody on the show in this country to try to provide a protected shield for an alleged rape perpetrator in this country because we have certain relationship or we want to come in defense with people in government. When it happened yesterday, the law was the law. When it happened today, we must not circumvent or bastardize the law because of friendship or because of party interest or parties in politics.
We get in stuck with Let me
go to Robert Garguah. He's next. Robert, go ahead.
Yeah, but
thank you.
Mr. We said need to be short too.
Don't listen.
It's unfortunate the way you run this show. My
second question did not answer.
Listen,
Mr. Garguah. That's unfortunate.
Mr. Garguah.
Go ahead.
Robert Garguah. Listen. Robert Garguah, before you go further, I have here from Finney and Finney Law Firm in West Palm Beach. I just texted him what is a probable cause. This is what he said. Probable cause is. We can't listen to that.
Calm down, brother.
My second question did not. Please answer the second question about the agriculture ministry.
Robert Garguah, you have to respect the moderator, man.
Listen.
Come on, man. Why you say wrong, man?
Most of the time, but it's okay. Okay, listen to this. Listen, we are talking about Finney in West Palm Beach. He says, probable cause is anything that a reasonable person, based on facts and circumstances, will believe that a crime has occurred. In this case, the health ministry.
Can you take yourself off camera? You're eating, we can see you, my man.
Yeah. I told him that already. I don't know why he's doing that.
But Pewee, there's 7 today, my man. Where Pewee?
Stefanic, please. So the law firm is saying if these things happen, now we have the evidence. The police director admitted that the girl.
He's very sentimental.
Okay. That the police director admitted that the girl had been raped. The hospital said the girl was raped.
You better get me this ever, man.
The eyewitness, the girl who was tampered with, she had accused the person. That is an eyewitness.
Pewee, mute yourself. We can hear you, my man.
I'm meeting myself. No, I'm following the show.
Okay, so this.
But Pewee, can't do that now.
Robert Garguah. The men who left it, the police have agreed that the girl was raped. The hospital agreed that she was raped. The woman who was the child that was raped she had identified the abuser. That is enough probable cause to have an arrest. In this case, it's not being done. This is where Mr. Wisa and everybody else is coming from. This is different from anything else. Your take.
Thank you, and I hate to start the conversation just agreeing with the guest because I had some really tough questions for him, but he's right. this is not a it does not have to be a politically motivated conversation. It's about what's right and what's wrong. And why I understand the point that Johnny is making, which is, what was the defense when assault happened under the we administration, which is a political conversation, given the fact that you have an integral member of the CDC who happens to be in opposition space today. What defense or what actions were taken when allegations of assault happened, and the accused person was also a member of the CDC? But I don't think that we can make this comparison, right, Ms. Johnny? One is one happened with an adult, and there's no excuse as to limiting the severity of what happened. A crime is a crime. Abuse, assault, rape should not be tolerated in any society. But we are talking about a 14-year-old girl here, right? And for us to sit on this platform in this country, and even in Liberia, and pretend as though arrest, given the severity of the crime, cannot occur, and have the accused remain in prison, this is a non-billable offense, right? So it's a very serious crime in Liberia. But even crimes that are not as serious as this crime, people can be arrested and remain behind bars while investigations are ongoing based on probable cause. And we can all concur here that this has been proven. The police admitted to what's happening. It doesn't take weeks and years and months for medical results to come in. Even if you're still having an ongoing investigation, the police can get a warrant for arrest by simply saying that yes, this crime more than likely happened, right? You don't have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. This is for trial purposes. When we're talking about the evidences prosecutors have to present in court, they have to present something in court beyond a reasonable doubt. Proper cause is police basically saying, based on the evidences we've received so far, more than likely a crime occurred. And you mean to tell me that the state have not yet received that probable cause to arrest this individual? Absolutely they have. So we should not look at the person. Yeah, this is a sedition, right? Ivan Weiss says it's a sedition. He's a part of the former government. He's a member of the CDC. He may be speaking from a political perspective, but the facts are the facts regardless of who the messenger is, right? If we were functioning in a serious democracy and a government who truly wants to implement change, the conversation about what CDC did then should not even be part of should not influence or impact the actions they do now. Let's be honest. This government came to power under this whole pretense of rescuing the country. So the expectation is that they will do better than CDC, that they will be swift, right? That they will be intentional, that they will take serious actions when serious allegations are made. And you know what? This particular individual requested a leave of absence. The police did not go hunting for him. We listened to the parent, the father. The father had to call one of our reporters to get updates on what was happening. So let's not act as though this government have acted. It's based on public pressure that Joseph Boakai decided to suspend this guy. Listen, I would have fired him because the president has been briefed. He knows exactly what happened. He has been given information that we have no privy to. He knows what happened. So when we talk about what actions and the severity of this crime, we can all agree that this government have been very nonchalant about this issue, right? So while it is true that I understand the connection you're trying to make about Ivan Weiss is not the right messenger because he was a part of a government under whose watch allegations of assault happened with one of its members, right? And the government did not act. You cannot intellectually compare what is the case now with this situation. This young girl has said she was raped. the police in their possession have medical record to prove that she was more than likely raped. This does not have to be beyond a reasonable doubt. Why has this guy not been arrested? Gregory Coleman said the man turned himself in. What did Gregory Coleman tell this guy? That it was okay for the turn himself in, and the question was asked? He should be behind bars. Being behind bars does not mean he's guilty. But they still have enough to arrest him and make sure his behind is behind bars while the investigation continues. And then when you go to court for trial, they can prove beyond a reasonable doubt that indeed he committed this crime. Simple as that. That's but because correct. We're in a serious country where we politicize or attempt to politicize everything, we are going nowhere. But here's my question to
the man will talk 5 minutes.
No, it's a simple question. It's a simple question. It's a simple question.
10 minutes.
It's a simple question. Listen, it's a simple question.
I mean, y'all let the man land, but
Ahmed, it's okay. Ahmed, it's okay. I'm used to Sylvester. I'm not. Sylvester will not distract me, right? I'm used to Sylvester. This is the reason why I don't interrupt.
No, I'm not distracted, but there's not a monologue.
No, but you don't worse than I have. I see you lay your prayers all the time. I don't interrupt you. I don't fuss. I don't fight.
There's not a monologue.
Relax,
go ahead.
You have no relax, bro.
Pewee,
do that as what you had your conversation. I protected you. So all this time you have this fit about me laying the premise. It's not fair, but I don't care about that. But let me go to my question, because I could have asked this question a minute ago, 30 seconds ago, had you not interrupted me. Here's my question.
Go ahead, man.
You talk about John. You relax, man. You too relax, my brother. You talk about John Locke. John Locke also talked, though he did not have a theory on intellectualism, he talked about, from his perspective, what intelligence meant, right? And an intelligent person, according to John Locke, from his perspective, was someone who brings, a lot of possesses reflection on the past, right? And so, given the fact that CDC had all of the momentum from 2005 to 2017, and you were given power for 6 years, just a general reflection, what would you consider as the biggest mistake of your government with regards to the masses, the folks from West Point, the folks who relate to former President George Weah, folks like yourself who have the same story? What would you say was your government's biggest mistake with regards to their concerns and you not fulfilling all of the different promises to really meet these demands? What would you say will be your biggest mistake in reflection?
Thank you for the question. In terms of our government, like we actually implemented on the policy delivery level, we substantially made significant interventions in different areas in terms of our mantra, the proper agenda for prosperity and development. We're very keen. We develop, some areas in rural, electricity, agriculture, education, health system, and everything. What our challenge, I would not call that mistake, but our challenge we have, part of our success stories, part of the programs and all of the impacts that we've made in terms of the different development trajectories and interventions, as we fell short when it comes to telling our own narratives and telling our own stories, not just to the domestic population of Liberia, but as far as to the international community as well. So when we come back to power 2029, we are going to ensure that moving forward, because there were a lot of substantial gains. We provided more services, more developments. We implemented more of our policies, the proper agenda for prosperity development. We built roads. We did free tuition and WASH policy. We moved into building infrastructures in the health sector, in the educational sector. We moved into the road sector. We've done many things in this country. But we did not communicate to the broader masses of our people, to the Liberian populace, on the issues about the successes and the gains that were made under the dynamic leadership of former President George Weah. both internationally and locally, we actually did not take charge of the national and international narratives that came from the Congress for Democratic Change in terms of our governance systems, in terms of our different policies, in terms of our different programs, and the gains that we made under President Weah. So part of our recommendation moving forward, as we are coming back to power to finish the unfinished business of our national liberation projects and struggles in the country, we are going to be very keen, both on the international level, to tell our partners about some of the mischievous, incredulous, fallacious, and mis and disinformation that were promulgated against the CDC government. We're going to take charge of the narrative moving forward at the national or local level. We're also going to ensure that we propagate and communicate adequately, because it is the propagandistic act that what the current administration used to come to power. Almost all of the gains, almost all of the projects, all of the different programs that we did under the CDC administration, no government is first term. No government is first term. If you go back to history, first term in the historical typology of this country has implemented more programs, more projects than the government of President George Manneh Weah. We've done that, and the people, the masses of the people, are evidence across the different communities, the different countries in the country. But we fell short, and we felt on this challenge about refuting some of the lies, some of the misinformation, and telling our own narratives and own stories to our partners. That's what you saw today. Some of the people, they lie about corruption. Today, they cannot prove allegation of corruption in the courts. Today, former Minister Pewee, all these people that they said were unsanctioned before corruption, they cannot tell you. The different people who serve in the CDC administration, today they are still around. They cannot prove allegations of corruption because they came and they exploited the gullibility of the Liberian society by spewing out political verbages, and misinformation in the public space and public domain on the account of propaganda to bring the George Weah administration down. So I can assure you that as we come back to power 2029, which is clear and is very, very, very sure with the kind of about a government we have in our country, with the level of approbation the Liberian people have shown in the streets, go to red lights, Douala, Waterside, go to Nimba, all over the country. The people now have understood that this government is a complete disaster. It's an embarrassment, it's a disgrace, it's a monument of social economic, backwardness. And the people have regretted, they have said that to us in person, that they are going to recorrect their mistakes come 2029 to ensure that the CDC comes to power. And when CDC comes to power, we are going to take charge of our narratives, we'll tell our own story internationally and locally to the Liberian people on the level of successes we made on the Weah's administration.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Gay, we'll let limit it to one question each, so I go to Mr.
No, let me get to two questions. I'm not going to get no monologue. Let me do two questions, please.
Okay, go ahead.
And Mr. Weah, please.
I got a lot of people.
Mr. Weah, please
take notes. Yeah, please take notes.
Please be brief with your answer.
Yeah, let's go, Mr. Gay. Go ahead.
Thank you for coming on the show, Mr. Weah. I'm a very critical person of you because I'm one person who think that as a young man,
you said you were not going to do no monologue.
Yeah, I'm asking that question.
But y'all give the man a chance now, my people. Y'all give the man a chance.
Rabbi, he said he wasn't going to do that.
It's okay. But I just gave you a chance, Mr.
As a young man who gave me a job in your field, agriculture. So I expect you to have delivered the PAPD, the proper development, the proper agenda for development and prosperity. Your own document have 4 pillars. Pillar number 2, which is also the executive summary, focus on agriculture. Under your leadership as an advisor to the farmer, your expose you gave did not give specificity as to how many farmers you help advise, give, material to whatnot. You did not also specify which county received what. You said various counties. It was very vague. Can you help us and let us know which county received what material and advice, and how many farmers did you guys reach? Number 2 question is, how many jobs did the PAPD created in Liberia?
thank you. I'm not seeing your name, but I'm sure.
Anthony, my name is Anthony.
Anthony, great, thank you. I don't know where you took that vehemence from when you say very critical about you. You know, I don't know where you're taking that vehemence from. But whether you are critical or not, comrade, I mean, this is an intellectual theater. So, I mean, go on the Ministry of Agriculture website and you see our stewardship, all of the different projects that are intimated to you in my previous expose. I was clear that extension delivery services, they are different thematic areas that we've concentrated our leadership on at the Ministry of Agriculture. And I also provided some pieces of evidence where we work with farmers, with distributors, and I don't have all of the time to give you everywhere we went in the country about the different interventions we made. I don't have the titanic and the luxury of time, comrade. So just
which counties?
My brother, so for example, the retrial project was in 11 counties. I mean, we're in Basso, we're in Bong.
Was Benjamin involved?
Brother, I just told you the retrial project was in 11 counties. The retrial is the Regional Economic Transformation Agriculture Project. That's one. We also have a STAPI project, which is the Small Agricultural Transformation Project. You can go to the Ministry of Agriculture and verify that. Yeah, verify that. You talking about the PAPD? I just told you, apparently you're not following. I just told you pillar 2 of the Propo Agenda for Prosperity and Development, right? Speaks about agriculture. And that's why I really highlighted part of our responsibility about a very beautiful plan and document that we validated technically during our time, which is the Liberia Agriculture Sector Investment Plan. And in that plan, like I said to you, it has 4 strategic components with 5-year concentration. It was a 5-year plan. And we're talking about how to improve rice productivity and other different value chains. I said that.
So my dear brother, you told this platform that your PAPD did not create any job because Samuel told the Liberian people that the PAPD is set to create 1 million jobs.
Did I say that? No, he never said that.
Hold on now. No, he said we'll create 1 million jobs, and later on you say you'll take 1 million people out of poverty. Now let me say this: having a job does not necessarily take a person out of poverty. You can have a full-time job and still be poor. So taking a person out of poverty is even harder. Now, from creating 1 million jobs to taking 1 million people out of poverty, how many people did the PAPD took out of poverty?
So, like I said to you, that we created employment opportunities. We created jobs for Liberians. There is no defined statistics about job creations, about employment opportunities, but pieces of evidence. When you apply programs, and those programs are aligned with skills, certain skills, you can make an inference, you can make judgment on the number of individuals and people that those programs will provide opportunity for. For example, the Propo has a units, for example. There were people recruited for that. The building of roads. Liberians were involved, like some Liberian companies, for example. Right? You talk about the different schools that were built, the different market structures, the 14 medical hospital, and the different policies that were aligned with the Propo Agenda for Prosperity and Development. The implementation of these policies, for example, they're talking about the creation. The creation. Hold on. Hold on. Let me just. No, I don't want to.
Anthony, let him continue.
Anthony, hold on now. Hold on.
When you tell somebody to create 1 million jobs,
let me just
be able to say, oh, the 1 million job will promise you create 2,000 jobs, create 10,000 jobs, create 50,000 jobs.
Anthony, we created opportunities. We built different recreational centers in the country. We have different parks that were built. We employ, a good deal of Liberian citizens. Right. We also employ people differently. We give macro loans to farmers, right? To give them opportunity to expand their productive capacity in the agronomic sector, for example. We also empower us, like I said. Human resource development is a fundamental source of empowerment. Comrade Anthony, you have to understand that very well. Human capital development, no society progresses, No
You
society
cannot
may sustain.
intellectualize
Hold on,
poverty, my dear brother, and that's what you're trying to do right now.
hold on now.
Cannot intellectualize
Hold on,
poverty.
hold on.
I'm
I
sorry,
mean, your
reality
government.
part of the-
you ask your
Hold on.
question.
You ask a
Anthony,
question.
I don't think
you ask
you're protecting.
yeah.
Yeah.
You ask a question, Anthony, and you can be a little bit relaxed. Let me provide answer because I'm not speaking to you. I'm speaking to the Liberian people that are following. Thousands of people following here. And you say you are very critical of me. It is important for me to answer critically so that we provide, the credible answer to our people and do justice to the listening audience. Right? So at no point in time did Mr. Samuel Tuer tell any Liberian or the population of this country that we're taking 1 million people out of poverty. What I do know that the PAPD was providing the enabling environment because there were set goals and set different programs that were created along the lines. So I'm talking about the different programs, and you want to talk about the human capital development, for example, the human resource development, and you want to question that. No society can make substantial progress and make substantial progress or development without investing into education. Education is the panacea, not just panacea, workable, functional panacea that accelerates growth and development in any society. So at the university level, at high school levels, our government, under the dynamic leadership of former President George Weah, ensured that education was at a premium on his leadership. And you want to discuss that? So when it comes to issues about creating opportunities across the different policies that we implemented, we did substantially well investing into Liberian citizens and created an enabling environment. And one of the areas that I had to speak on, maybe I can close on it and then take another question, has to do with the environment for people to do business in our country, for people to do investment in our country. You were here in this country. When it comes to chaos and political disintegration that we're experiencing now, we never experienced that under the dynamic leadership of the former president. The moral decadence we have today. You see what happened, the chaotic police administration, the brutality, the level of lawlessness you have in that. No, during our time, there was a clear, rule of law, put out into perspective, put into place. The security of our country, in terms of this economic and political environment of our country, where the environment was protected for people to sell, to do businesses, and for people to have some level of profit whenever they go engage into other market activities. So, we created that stage, we created an environment. We can clearly, if you go back, if you do a juster position, go back, go on the street. You think we're talking politics here? Go on the street. Go ask Liberians. Take your microphone to Waterside. Ask the Liberian people now about their current condition, the material condition, the masses of the people, the living condition of the people, to that of under George Weah administration, to that of why you're experiencing now. They will tell you that there's a chaotic economic tsunami of mass suffering. And the masses of the people are languishing social economic paralysis. You can see the evidence all over the place. So we did extremely well, but we were disrupted under 6 years, and that's why we can point out that with all of the disruptions, with COVID-19 ravaging the economy and everything, we came very strong with strong measures and policies. We fed our people. We created finances for them. We stabilized. Macroeconomic. The macroeconomics of the country. We stabilized inflation in the country during all of these times in the face of COVID-19. So we did extremely well. Unlike this government, you talk about now we have the so-called purported for the 2 years of experience a president in our country, with all of the propaganda some of you guys ran on the social media internationally all over the place. One would have thought that the government under Baka would have done much more better, than the former administration of the then president. But what we see in our country, we have to come there. I'm sure that because all of the questions you guys are asking, majority of the questions, you are taking me back, and you're not asking questions about real governance issues in our country that we are prepared to deal with, on real issues of governance, the economic issues in the country, the rule of law, and other major governance issues around the health sector
Thank
and other
you.
sectors in the country.
You coming to that. Let me welcome Mr. Victor Nagbe. Mr. Victor Nagbe, your turn.
Hey guys, it's good to be with you, Mr. Wisse. Welcome on set. I hope you're reading the ticker. I think Ms. Dopoh is enthralled by your presentation. She wants you to be a regular. So I hope you take that on advisement. Mr. Sylvester Pewee, you got to temper your emotion, brother. Imagine you called me emotional yesterday. I mean, look at you. You are a wreck. You got to temper your emotion, brother. You got to try.
I'm a man, new progressive.
Mr. Wisse, I just have one question for you. What is your reaction to the comments by the former Minister of Youth and Sports? His characterization of the government that you were a part of. Zioga Wilson. Thank you.
Welcome, Messenger. You're still bringing yeah.
So is there everybody? So keep going back to.
Amen. Please let him respond.
We don't be talking about the petroleum price that is turning now. I think it's going to be asking.
Listen.
50 years ago.
Amen. The man is the guest. He is the guest. He will talk about all that. That's
better to answer the question. All I'm saying is that this man is a social scientist. He's on the ground. Many of you are not. I would think we should engage in what's happening in the country right now. For example, there is a contending issue about petroleum between LPRC being a regulator and distributor. I would think those are questions that we should ask one of the leaders of the CDC, usually what is intake in that direction. I think those are things, but you come back to Zoga Wezi, why he gives opinion.
Okay, so let him add that question.
You had your turn. You didn't ask the question about the economy and all that. You didn't ask the question. I told your own. Go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Wisse.
Yeah, I think.
Great Wisse.
I think Mr. Nagbe, veteran Nagbe, is tactical. I like the way. The line of questioning. Going back to the CDC and everything, but I think I did not really follow religiously.
Okay.
The remarks made by the then minister.
Okay.
Of the Ministry of UN Sport on President Weah.
Okay. Jerome, if you want
to remind me on that.
You really want us to believe that you didn't follow.
There's some comments, derogatory comments that I don't want to give currency to. I don't want to give credence to. Right? I know people. I always said to some of the young militants around me, I say people not even hunger, for example. Political pocket hunters and opportunists who. The best way to condemn the betrayal of our system is not when the system loses power or government. You were in that system. You were there for the past 6 years. You enjoy the largesse of the system. Right? You enjoy the beneficent paternalism, the generosity of the system. Right?
That would do be for me.
The beneficent paternalism, I want to say generosity.
Listen, Mr. Minister, I get it, and I get you got a quote from I may not answer that. Answer the question that
I got a question for Mr. Wisse. Can I ask him a question now?
No, I mean let him answer the question.
Yeah, so I just said something here.
Okay.
So you enjoy the system, the largesse of the system. You enjoy all of the very opportunities that were associated with the system. And not a day, any of them who are now criticizing the CDC today, President Weah today, not a day did they ever come when they were in their respective portfolios. And then where the hypocrisy comes in, right? And like I said, the best way to determine the betrayal of a system is when you are in a system and you speak truth to power. But if you leave the system, you enjoy the largesse of the system. You are paid. You are given opportunity. You are given a whole sector, a whole ministry to explore the potential of that ministry, to design programs and policies to bring success to that system, to that ministry. And you did nothing, right? And after that, you come out on social media and you said serious men and me, right? to give currency to distractions, to give currency to people attempt to fund new political home and new political marriage because of certain parochial, selfish political aggrandizement. I'm not going to give currency to look at a juvenile argument. I would have,
give me 30 seconds of your time, please.
I would have taken those individuals who making the allegation very serious. Where they, if they were going to come out publicly while serving no portfolio, but not the time. It's not when you are out of government and says yes. You should be asking those individuals that are making the allegation, what were their services to the bring people? The very question you're asking me, what have you done? Because you were giving whole entity, whole sector. You were giving whole branch, of a ministry to lead. So what was your ingenuity, for example? What was your intuition, for example, on sports, on other programs that supposed to increase the alacrity and velocity of the different sporting activities in the country with respect to the kind of allegations that he raised. He doesn't have. Yeah.
So Mr. Namwe is giving me 30 seconds of his time, Mr. Gayman. I just want to ask 30 seconds real quick. So you indicated from the inception of the responding to the question that you don't know what they.
Yeah. So
but I think as an intellectual though,
I'm cogitating.
Right, but as an intellectual, we said I think it's unfair that you don't make the statements you just made. Because you just responded unknowingly. You have no idea what.
No. I said as I was speaking, I was recalibrated. I was
so here is what the former minister said. He said, I think it's unfair to say he was given an entire entity and did nothing. He talked about the George Weah administration inheriting a failed state SKD under the past administration when it was banned, and the action the government took to repair that stadium. In fact, today, that stadium is used by our neighboring country, Sierra Leone, for international matches, given the fact that that stadium is banned. He talked about that. He talked about a lot of different things that was achieved under the George Weah administration at youth and sports. What he did say that in reflection, and I asked you this question because you're a big fan of John Locke. I asked you this question, reflection, intelligence about self-reflection, right? He did say what he wished they would have done better, given the fact that they were former Lone Star players and they were coming from the background of being soccer players when it comes to setting the foundation where other government who did not necessarily come from that background to pick up where they left off. So when you got to look at criticism and constructive reflection, right? So if a man said in his case that, I wish we could have done more, given the fact that the former president is a Lone Star captain and he's a war icon when it comes to soccer, and given the fact that I also represent the Lone Star and play in the local league, I wish we would have done more. Do you think that's a criticism, or it's a fair assessment of what this government could have done more when it comes to soccer development in our country?
Yeah.
So I just stated.
What we said. One minute. Let me read his statement in verbatim.
But how would this show on
your wait now? I mean, wait.
Listen, let me read his comment here verbatim, so we don't say anything.
Go ahead.
He says here, government made up of blah blah blah. He said we should have set the foundation for future administration to build upon, but we did not. This is Wilson. This is Zilka Wilson verbatim. The reason I'm reading it is for you to answer to that. So
thank you.
Is that a criticism or is it a constructive reflection?
No, I think it is a criticism. It's not a constructive reflection.
Why?
So yes, why? In terms of constructive reflection, you take responsibility and you hold yourself accountable on the responsibility. If you say, listen to this, if you say, we did not provide or do not do better for previous, or do not set the foundation
Mr. Minister, you think the we was not inclusive? It didn't.
Thank
include
you. Exactly what I was going to ask.
Yeah,
He didn't say George Weah. He said we.
Yeah, so hold on now. He said for. Yeah, let me
just provide some information.
I mean, leave the man alone. Let him answer us.
No, but let me provide
Let me
provide. No, wait.
In debate, he can yield. He can yield to somebody. Go ahead.
So let me just.
They're not treating the minister. It's like It's like somebody taking a little portion of the Bible and try to make a case. Mr. We said, just so you know, it was an entire interview. Where he went, a very long interview where he went on highlighting major achievement.
Thank you. That's what I said earlier.
And I think he said to himself as a spokesperson, as a footballer, him, not necessarily the government, or as we are. Perhaps if he was not a football player, and perhaps we are not playing forward, maybe that assertion he made, that reflection would have been different. But he was saying, having played the game, having understand the problem they went through, they wish, in other words, they wish they would have done better than what they did. That does not necessarily mean they didn't do anything.
Right.
But I am sure the president sitting where he sits today could say, had I gotten a second term, I would have done better than my first term.
Absolutely.
I think, in other words, that's what you are saying. But the disingenuous part about this is this. How is it that we do not highlight the great things of Wilson said about Weah's achievement in sports, but we tend to look at the part where he gave a critical reflection. That is why it becomes difficult for people from different political parties to own up to anything, even if they were flawed, because we tend to look at the honest assessment or reflection, as you call it, as a means of saying, look, I put 3 blacks here. If I know I'm going to put 4 or 5 more blacks, if they are just giving me a lot, 30 seconds more. We don't focus on that. We tend to make it look as if to say the man said the whole government failed. That is the narrative we are putting in the press. If Abby had listened to the entire conversation,
that's what I warned him just now.
Understand the intent from where Zoga was speaking,
that's what I warned him just now.
Responding to that late piece, that
exactly.
that Gayman tried to put there.
That's what I just warned with. But we said same, but he understood what the minister said. I warned him because we said was right. We said acknowledge it was right. That one, if you would criticize the system generally, if you criticize the system, it makes more weight in terms of criticism. If you did so while you were within, not having left, you are speaking generally, not just perhaps to Zoka, but any other.
It was not a right session. He didn't. No.
But that's what he was saying.
But generally,
he already. No. You already condemned the minister.
One at a time.
And he didn't listen.
Yeah, generally. Let me submit on this.
Jerome, can I come in now?
Go ahead.
Yeah, let me submit on this. Let me just. I agree with the minister on the saying that look, to be giving credence, and not necessarily Zoga wasting reflection, but generally to be giving credence and respect in terms of a criticism, it will have had more weight. Have you been within the system, try to correct it and criticize it within, as opposed to having enjoyed the benefit of the sports system, quote unquote, and then leave to say. So in a general context, none of the ways, I do agree with him, and I think he was just giving a general statement to reflect that.
The was specifically about the
yeah, but the man told you say he didn't let it to air. You should have left it
alone.
Pewee,
let's go. What's the issue here?
The issue is you just spoke.
No. One minute, we said, honorable, we said 1 minute. Pewee, go ahead.
For me, and I've been
no, but I need to address.
You come in. We gave you a flow after Pewee. Go ahead.
You address.
I've been spoken a lot today on issues, and
you were eating. You were having your dinner. That's
leave. Don't come. Don't.
You are disrupting.
I didn't disrupt, and I wanted, and you see,
I wanted to, respond to the comrade in the white shirt. Then Pewee can come in. So that
folks,
Pewee, allow him. Pewee,
go ahead, Avin.
Yeah. So, like I said, in terms of the show or the interview that the former minister held, I did not follow it, the interview in its entirety. So, as a public intellectual, it would be unfair intellectually to lie on oath. However, part of his submissions on the public in the public discourse, there was a critical view that was being taken out of context by the oppositions and the current government, the current administration. So I was responding to that. And as I speak to you, that is the narrative in the public space of the country. Go and check all of the dailies, the newspapers that he's being used as a credible witness to now, say that the Georgia administration never did well in the voting system in terms of.
But he did not say that, which is what I'm trying to explain to you.
I'm telling you, no, I'm not responding to him alone.
Okay.
I'm responding to the narrative. So get that clear. Are you talking about? Yeah. So I hope it is clear.
No,
and particularly
as long
on
as
your
you're responding to the critics and not to what he says specifically, I understand that.
Yes, I hope you get that clear.
Let me, and thank you, Mr. Gayman. And though
thank you for bringing me back.
I'm very disappointed in your stewardship today. Very disappointed.
And that's fine. That's fine. That's
we'll
what
discuss
y'all discuss that behind the closed door.
No. Allow people to speak. Your peer allowed people to speak.
And that's fine. That's beautiful. Go ahead.
If you base it outside, I think you pay some attention on what just coming in.
All right, let me mute myself before you can add me.
I don't want.
We'll protect the neo-progressive is protected here, and I will leave that firm. Neo-progressive, you are protected.
I listen to folks say I'm emotional and all of things. I'm never an emotional character. Let me say for the record that the kind of a discipline that was instilled in me by my mother and my siblings was one of discipline and emotional balance. I've been one of those characters that understand issue, but what I do not take is sometimes to speak directly to the facts. I hate to have this of misinformation spread in my presence, and this is the reason why sometimes I do those kind of a necessary disruption, intellectual disruption. I disrupt some of these things if it's necessary. I got a big brother I just came on this show, and we've been trying to manage his distant and years of inconsistency in politics. We're trying to manage it and try to at least manage that he come out in terms of emotional. And but I thought he may have inhaled the breath of those progressive. And the part of the reason why so now we can even call you progressive, you're not progressive, but you inhale. You are a puppet ball to the progressive guy. So
who's that? Now you're getting personal.
Are we referring to?
No, I come in. To the progressive guy. I come in.
You gotta take that one back. You gotta take it back.
If you are close to the progressive guy and come out and just kind of say our ranting or so.
But who are you referring to?
Where is he? And who calls that progressive at Nagbe?
Oh, okay.
To come on a show that you just listen to the show, you didn't get the clue of it, and come and attack my person. I thought it was quite unfortunate. I'm never kind of emotional character. I've never been one. I will never be one moving forward. But here's what I was saying about this whole matter that when even those that were following us again is the issue of our country. Our inability to go into detail of issues. Many Liberians, that's our problem. And I don't know if it is, and I would love to control what I will say tonight, because sometimes the hard reality it will allow people to start giving
go record it right now.
lot of different kind of interpretation, if you will. My thought on this whole issue about rape, and that's why I will come up during. I will just speak on a couple of minutes and I will rest here. My thought on the issue about rape, when crime is committed, the first and foremost thing in the procedural mechanism of investigation, we first will have the information, we gather facts, we talk to people, and then we conduct what we call interrogation before we move close to having probable cause. Before an arrest can be made, there will have to be, you sending me something about somebody from, you can even say somebody from Cambridge. where we have part of the greatest intellectuals.
Listen,
You
that's
sending
not how
some-
it works. The
you
Pewee,
sending
that's not how
documentation,
it
and
doesn't
that's
work
when
that
every
way.
time
So
we're not
you can
teaching
say all
anything
you
yet.
want to say. It doesn't work the way you say it works.
You can only carry on an arrest where there's
It's
probable cause.
That's
And for
correct.
there to be probable cause, there have to exist. There have to be genuine prima facie.
Oh,
Now,
come
yes, what the
on.
police. Yes, what
The
the police.
eyewitness is number one. The victim.
Can a suspect be arrested?
A suspect can be arrested.
Can a suspect be
A
arrested?
suspect can be
Great
arrested.
question.
So is Brian McGinnis a suspect of rape?
So it defeats the
Now,
argument.
who determines? Okay, come on. Who determines who's the suspect?
Oh, what kind of question is that? Come on,
Okay,
Pewee.
guys.
Who determines
Are you
who's the
serious?
suspect?
Hey,
Who determines who's the suspect?
Pewee,
No, can you answer? No, I'm not going to clear.
Pewee,
Can you
you
answer
have
my
to
question?
let
Move on?
me ask him.
Pewee, I do not want us to do a circular
Pewee,
Who
debate.
determines who the suspect
Okay,
is?
so wait. Okay, Pewee,
Circular
you determine.
argument, we don't
So
wanna
wait. So
Yeah,
Pewee,
in this case, in this case,
They're
in
gonna
this
say
case,
Pewee,
in this case, let me answer the question. In this case, the government, considering that it's a capital offense, as a result of that, his boss has suspended him because he's suspected for committing rape. Is that not sufficient to have him arrested?
Now, so in the criminal justice system,
Man, that's criminal justice, man.
in the
But
criminal justice system, the first line of the criminal justice system is the
Can we
Liberian
have a
National
lawyer call
Police.
and show you?
It's the Liberian National Police. The Liberian National Police is telling us there's active forensic investigation ongoing. They want to gather
police
from
also admitted.
But who are they
all the
investigating?
Liberian National Police.
Information.
In the case of rape,
Excuse me.
I'm not being allowed to talk
Pewee,
here.
you are putting the cart
But who
before
they
the horse.
investigating?
Jerome,
You are talking about
you are informed opinion on this matter. So
we are not up to reasonable doubt yet. We are talking about probable cause. We should eyewitness identify
the
you
police, the police,
the victim identifies you as the perpetrator. That's enough.
to have you arrested, Pewee.
That's it.
listen. No, it's not always now. You see, it's enough to have you. Now, if you
Pewee,
arrest,
we're not saying
so-
the man is guilty.
so
We're
arrest-
saying the man is an alleged
I didn't suggest this. I didn't suggest this to arrest Mr. Brian now. To have him arrested now by the police, meaning they have a charge for him.
No, not necessarily.
No, they're accused.
The police
Now, Pewee,
don't have to have a
Listen,
charge.
cause does not require a charge. Probable cause is more than likely
Listen.
a crime committed.
They were going to keep him for 48 hours.
and I like, you see, all of you guys interrupted me. Nobody's saying you guys are emotional.
Let me come in.
All of you guys interrupted me. Nobody's saying you are emotional.
We are debating.
But here's what I would say.
Yep.
And I will hope nobody interrupt me so I can conclude.
Please let us
Go ahead.
speak. Please let us
Can we
speak.
have a lawyer call and show, please?
No,
The police.
No, man. This is
No,
This is a
wait,
element-
let me finish. Let me finish.
So you see, Mr. Gayman,
They-
I've sat here for about an hour. Mr. Gayman, I've sat here for an hour marking the time.
Johnny, that's
And
fine.
you guys
You'll
have
come.
all the
Let
talk on
me-
you. Then when I come to make my point, then I see you guys trying to battle me. So
Johnny,
that's why I'm
let
quiet
me-
and listening to everybody here.
Yeah, please,
I have
Johnny.
no emotional problem, but I will hope that I will have my time
Johnny.
to speak before we close the
Pewee is
program.
inside.
Thank
Let
you.
Pewee land.
And
Thank
obviously,
Okay,
the guys
Pewee.
are very unfair to you, Johnny.
Pewee, I
Honestly,
get
no,
Pewee,
no.
you have
Pewee,
the
go
floor.
ahead.
Go ahead, land.
you're unfair to my nephew, and that is
Hey, my
unacceptable.
man, Lena.
And
I'm happy we lay back. If you can't lay
You were just talking to me about talking to my. Look at him now. Look at him.
The man is crash learning. So
yeah, the man
no
can play that. The man make it. I mean, I we say education further on that
No,
thing.
let me land, please. Let me land. Anthony,
I will only crash land. I will only crash land into
Let me-
those
let me
that
have
are
the
far
comrade.
from
Let me have
understanding
the
this
comrade.
matter. So yes, I will say quickly. The Liberian National Police is conducting what I would call active forensic investigation into the matters.
That's correct.
The reason why the police is not yet moving to arrest. Now, as per our law, the police got 48 hours if they were to arrest him. If they were to arrest him, pending 48 hours to having appropriately charged and sent to court. Or that if you held him now, and that's what my police said, if you take him now into custody, you got only 2 days to charge him.
That's correct.
The police fear is an attempt to do that, pull him into custody, and without charging him in 48 hours, you'll be forced to release him
Yeah, but you can be recharged. He can be recharged when evidence.
Yeah, he can be recharged. But the police are saying now, the reason they established that the young man was tampered with. But now the difficulty the police is trying to prove here now is who tampered with her.
The man said that
the minor appointed.
No, and the minor is saying the man saying he's not. He didn't do it. So the police is trying to establish realistic thing that will link him so they can move.
No, the minor saying he did it, and he said he didn't do it. He said he didn't do it.
30th of August.
So there's nothing about this being sentimental about it. There's no reason.
I think we need to move to Johnny now, man. Or we
let me go to Johnny. The reason I go to Johnny because Johnny said he was going. He was left, and we told him to hang around.
Yeah, let Musa come in, but let the record show that
some education in that direction.
I gotta respond to. I gotta respond
to. Pewee, Sylvester Pewee just for 15 minutes. Yeah. So interrupt him.
So I think in terms of our national jurisprudence, that bureau practices what we call the adversarial system of criminal justice. Is the one that hears before it condemns, where we have to follow all of the processes in terms of due process, not just any due process, but procedural due process. Now, on the issues about crimes, before you an individual is alleged of committing a particular crime, the first arm of the criminal justice system of our country is the police. That does arrest, but police cannot just arrest in just police cannot just carry on arrest just like that. There should be probable cause. That's what we are talking about here. We're talking about probable cause. We're talking about police establishing culpabilities that a particular crime has occurred, right? So those
reason to believe that crime has occurred.
Reason to believe that crime has occurred, right? So when that is been established first before the perpetrators or perpetrator and that of the victim have been taken to go through the criminal justice highway. All of the other processes that my brother Pewee is talking about, we have not reached that level yet.
What level we have not reached?
Hold on. Who asked? I said, hold on, comrade. You have to give me a chance.
You tell them we have not reached.
Hold on now. This is a delicate. There's a delicate conversation. We don't have to attach emotions to that. Okay. We have considered.
There you go again. There's that word again. Come on, man. To tell you which you want a bad time. He said we have not reached to the process. Which process we have not reached?
Go ahead.
Yeah. So
which process we have not reached?
So am I protected?
Yes.
So the police preliminary report, the different report from the medical sector, the girl herself has admitted. So everybody has established that there is a probable cause that a particular crime or offense has been committed.
Correct.
While all of us on the show and Liberians across the landscape, what we have expected or we're expecting that the police first, having identified and established that there is a cause to arrest. Our conversation and argument is, why didn't the police arrest the alleged perpetrator or suspect, having understood preliminarily as per of own findings and information that the child under question, the 14-year-old child, was tampered with? Now, are we saying that we are running an equatorial system of criminal justice? Are we saying we are running an equatorial system of criminal justice where one is just guilty as charged? No, he will be walked through the criminal justice highway. So if he can come with, if he is given an opportunity, there were the issue of, proving beyond reasonable doubts will be displayed in the code of competent jurisdictions. So the evidence will be brought. Criminal toxicologists will come. When you talk about DNA, the toxicologists will come and provide evidence. Whether the man, have an affair or how forcefully, sexually harass the child, no question. So that's why I said we have not reached to that level. Our conversation on this national platform was the act of the government trying to shield an alleged rape perpetrator, because according to our law, rape is a capital offense and a non-bailable crime. Non-bailable. So we expected the first intervention for Liberia National Police to take siege of the matter, arrest the perpetrator, and then after the statutory hour, charge the perpetrator and send them to court to be represented by his lawyers. That's what the criminal justice system of our country talks about. That he'll be giving due process to a counselor. He'll be giving him Miranda rights.
Can you take back a little bit when you said? Can you take back a little bit when you said it to be established if it was unfair? Because even if that little girl says, 1 second, even if that little girl says, "Yeah, I gave you authorization to have sexual intercourse with me," she's underage.
She's still a minor. Yep.
She's still a minor.
Yeah. What a consent or not? What a consent or not? A statutory rape. She's still a minor.
Absolutely. Yes.
Yep.
So Sylvester has to understand that there are procedures and there are processes. The criminal justice highway is clear. The police establishes probable cause for arrest, and they have to arrest. On the issues that the person is guilty, it has to be done consistent with the principle of due process.
No, it's not necessarily that. No, and that's one of the reasons why the police
hold on.
The reason why the police is always mindful. The police to gather. I come to this. You're coming just now. The reason why the police will move to do these things is that the police want in evidence gathering is very critical towards the case itself. And that's one of the Minister of Justice. The Minister of Justice always warning the police, if there's no probable cause, if the evidence is not strong, the weight of evidence is not strong. Then, if that word is not strong,
no. That's the reason why
the police is mindful. That's why the police is mindful to gather up evidence to be strong for the attack.
No, to go to court, they want from being arrested.
Hold on 1 second.
The police
let me come in real quick. Look, Pewee,
the police, Pewee, let me provide this to you. The police only level charges, and that's why on our jurisprudence, on our law, they accuse, right? They accuse, or the defendant, for example, have the right to challenge, the allegations about guilty or not guilty.
Right.
So these things have to be followed. Pewee, this is not political science. This is criminal
police.
justice.
The police is going to court.
You have to take your time.
The police is the one going to defend the evidence. They're pushing the court there.
That's
so they have to be mindful.
We agree with you.
Police is going to do that.
You are talking about guilt. We're not to guilt yet.
We don't reach.
The reason not to guilt yet. The police want to avoid that. So you
police can't do that.
We are still at the gate. We are still at the. Let me tell you. We are still at the gate of the criminal justice system.
If I may,
We get the police. I come in. Anthony. We get the police. We get the court, and we have correction. We have not gone to. Weighing the evidence and arguing the very. Ain't no evidence to establish reasonable doubt. What we argue on is, why has the government reneged and failed to arrest a suspect?
That's it.
With the preliminary results and pieces of evidence that has been provided, but not only the medical sector, the medical center, but also the victim in question. So
arrest on this matter.
Let me make a point out to Abi, if I may.
Go ahead, so we can move on to Johnny.
Honor our jurisprudence. Probable cause mean reason to believe a crime was committed.
Right.
You understand?
Right.
There is a reason. Are there reason to believe a crime was committed? Yes. Was the little girl examined and determined that she was tampered with? Yes.
And she named the victim.
Yes.
She named
Why are we
the
going
victim.
around the circle here?
That's correct. Johnny, your turn.
That's not using BB English yet.
Okay, so thank you. Let me take my time to provide.
You sit down somewhere, man.
My understanding. So here's the point. This is where I like to do, because sometimes when I'm making points, I like to be quiet for other people to talk, and when I'm talking, people be quiet too. That's why you guys said everything. I was quiet. And I want to go back. The reason why I raised the issue of Dopoh, please, I beg everyone, don't feel bad for what I want to say. Dopoh, first, former President Weah declared himself as chief feminist, I think in chief, something feminist in chief.
No,
Feminist in chief.
Yeah, feminist in chief.
A minister of his government brutalized a girl, a lady above the age of 20 whatsoever, that doesn't matter. He brutalized a lady. Clear, with video evidence showing all around. The same argument we are making here wasn't done. I'm not saying today's action is right. I want to make it clear. I'm just saying to you, it was not difficult at all to have asked this man or asked the police to invite this man for questioning that led to the beating of that lady. And we all know globally, in the eyes of international community, violence against women is a serious international offense. Equally so, this young lady, 14 years old, no one has the right to do whatever she experienced. Now, the point also we're making here is that Mr. Brian, whoever is McGill Brian, should also have been invited by the police based on the allegation level and the evidence they have collected. Let me make it clear. I'm not against Brian being investigated. Police should investigate him. Because I will not go to the argument people are having. That argument you're having is a good argument, but because of our level of understanding in Liberia, we try to make a point and make it look like you are the bad person in this country. That's why Liberia is. That's why Liberia is the first country in Africa that has the lowest IQ, because the way we see things, we analyze things, and the evidence is shown. So is next to us.
Johnny,
you understand? So y'all give me a chance now, please.
No, 1 minute.
I'm ending my point.
One question before you.
Yeah, hey, point, Jerome.
No, I know you will land. But isn't that all the reason why the people say, listen, you guys you shouldn't govern anymore because you did it wrong. We'll bring somebody in to do it right. Isn't that?
Yes, now. So listen, I'm agreeing. That's why Mr. Weah and his group were removed from power because they did these things wrong. I'm agreeing with that.
Okay.
I was just saying that in passing to Mr. Weah that you are having all these big arguments here. Did you have an issue with Mr. Doe that wasn't arrested, never called, and they had to go talk that matter behind closed door? The point here is, I'm right that a 14-year-old girl was raped by somebody, whether in government or not in government, is wrong. It's wrong. So the state, the Liberian government, should invite this man who is alleged to be the doer of the act. And there's some point that people raise, and because we want to be sentimental or a little bit difficult, so people made some points. And again, because our police system has worked under the influence of social politics, so it's making it hard for them to do the work now. Exactly. So in this case, in this Brian McGill case, they want to be professional. In previous cases, no professionalism. They go quick to conduct arrest and take them into custody, right? So the point that's what the point making. In this McGill case, they want to behave professional. To say, oh yeah, they want to be a professional. Oh, we don't have enough evidence. We don't have this. Because here's the point I want to make, Mr. Gayman. When you collect evidence on a criminal scene, you have to try your possible best, 100%, to link the evidence to the accused. If the evidence is not linked to the accused, you will have a problem. It's true that the police have information that the girl said he's the one that did the act. But you see, to collect evidence on rape, they have to be very critical to make sure that all the evidence got more linked to this man. So when they charge him and take him to the court, the state, because the police also again will serve as the witness in this case in the court. Yes. The police will serve the witness in the case. And I'm not saying this as a way to back Mr. McGill, no.
Johnny.
But in terms of professionalism when it comes to policing.
Johnny, with all due respect, when someone is assaulted or a crime is committed, they take you to the police station and they give you a lineup. They say, point, who is this person? You say this is the person, the person is arrested.
Is that enough to indict the person?
Vindicated. That's
No,
how
that's not indictment.
Anyway.
You see, that's why you keep getting it wrong.
Keep moving
That's not indictment. By the police calling you for investigation to an
It's
arrest.
not indictment. That's
Or
what
so
we're
it's
saying.
Wait,
not
okay,
indictment.
Mr. Gayman,
That
have they called Brian to the police?
Okay, guys, listen. The guests want to leave. We hired him for 1 hour. We got him for 2 hours now. So, so we said we gotta go.
Yeah, okay, let the guests close. We can do a post interview and discussion.
Okay. On what we say, you have done exceptionally well. Thank you for honoring our invitation. We look forward for you coming back, and let's have even more conversation on the economy and what's happening with LPRC and the whole 9 years. Like you say, I know it's 12 o'clock in Liberia there. Your closing comment, and you can wrap everything up in one.
Yeah, thank you. I think it was very much educative and knowledge driven. And at one point in time, we have to be combative to get. But I admire the discourse. I admire the reasoning ability of the panelists. But let me say this to Mr. I think Johnny. Yeah, Mr. Johnny. It will not work in this case. The United Party came with propaganda, but she cannot govern by propaganda. And we're not going to those diversionary tactics. We're not going to entertain that. We are discussing the life of a minor, a child. It could be your girl child. It could be the daughter to the president of the country, to the IG, and even partisans of the Unity Party. This is not about the CDC and not about the Unity Party. This is about a serious matter that has an existential threat on a 14-year-old child. Her life, her future is at stake. That's the conversation we're having. And when people making allusions or references to the CDC and bringing former Minister Maswell and Azido, these are diversionary tactics. We don't play to the gallery of this stuff. We are too sophisticated. Like we said to you, we are more sophisticated on that. You're talking about somebody having small confusion with their girlfriend, and you want to equate this. You want to equate this. You want to equate rape case to somebody having confusion with their girlfriend. That is intellectually disingenuous. That's intellectual dishonesty. We must not proceed with the national conversation. Let's elevate the national discourse. Don't reduce the conversation. What we are saying here, in criminal justice, they got gravity of crimes. They have the crime mala insane, crime that are inherently wrong, rape, the issue of arson. Those are serious crimes. Felony and felony, first degree. They get the crime mala prohibitants, crime that are inherently wrong by statutes. For example, we thought the degree of crimes can clearly give us the judgment to say, which one should consider in the debate. In this debate, we cannot bring Azido debate or having confusion with his girlfriend. We cannot bring Minister Maswell Kemeya's stuff because the degrees of crime are different. Now just crime for that matter, maybe a simple assault and other thing. And to make the argument clear, those individuals in question that you keep making reference to, or you keep making reference to in the CDC administration, none of the individuals came as complainants before the jurisdictions of our country, before the criminal justice system of our country. They never complained. They never filed any official complaint. So you can't go do investigation where there's no complainant. In this process of the child under question, the 14-year-old child, the girl we're talking about, has testified and is willing to appear before court. That she been tampered with, and the police has admitted. The report from the hospital has already, also admitted. So this is a matter of serious. It's a sensitive matter, and we need to take politics out of this. We should not say because we are sympathetic of the political, the power that be. So we should try to use these diversionary commentaries to provide protection for this suspect. We are saying that by now, in other cases, when common men rape in Liberia, when a common man rapes in Liberia, that man is taken to court effective. I mean, he's been placed beyond bar effective immediately, expeditiously. Is it because that the man is a big man, very powerful man, or he's come from the rescue mission shenanigans, or he is a man? My man won't do the thing here. It will become. It will go against the government. It's not about protecting or going against the government. It's about setting precedents in our country. That's what we're saying. So we look forward to coming back to deal with some of the issues in the country, particularly on the governance issue, the rule of law, the health issue, the educational issue in our country. We look forward to coming back to give our perspective on the different issues that happen in God. We are very, very much keen, and we have led some different arguments in the country about the way the government is proceeding, and we think at this time that the government under Boakai, who has come to the presidency 42 years, over 42 years experience, purported one. We thought that those things that he said during the campaigns would have been actualized under his leadership. On the contrary, what we're seeing is that in every segment of the Liberian society of governance, he has miserably and massively failed, not just on a wholesale scale, but on an industrial and retail scale everywhere in this country. And we'll be prepared to come and catalog our arguments, to come and juxtapose our position on the current governance system under Boakai's administration. I'd like to appreciate you for the opportunity, particularly the great panelists of the closing argument. I'd like to say thank you ever so much for the opportunity, and I'm very much glad to have taken some of your questions, and we look forward to coming back to deal with other issues pertaining to government. At this time of the night, at this time in our country is almost going to one. It's almost going to one. Yeah. 1 o'clock.
Thank you.
So I've been told by some of my the comrades out there that there are elements, few guys around my vehicle. Yeah, and I hope that you have your CCTV here.
Yes.
To show that as I'm going, because I know I cannot. The government.
The studio operator will take you outside.
There's some misprints out there.
Because I mean, by the human rights record and the U.S. State Department report, I know what the government can do in terms of torture, in terms of.
Do you have security? Do you have personal security?
Yeah, I have personal security. They sent me some messages, so I just want you guys to.
So you should be good. You should be good.
Yeah, it should be good. If you're not safe, stay at the station for the night.
Yeah.
No, the government doesn't have capacity to arrest me, so I'm just saying that for the record. Because any attempt of catch on both sides.
Good night. We very much. We look forward to seeing you again. Come back another time.
The men who have PhD in battle crying.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be safe. Try to go. Don't mind that man.
At 1 o'clock, you gotta go.
But thanks for coming, Abby.
Yeah. When it comes to
I'm not just critical for nothing. You there with him all right now.
My employment.
Anthony, let me just give you. I mean, you talk about battle cry. Maybe you don't know what the importance of battle cry, right? You need to take time to follow liberation politics. Maybe I will recommend one to you. I will recommend the Mozambique. No, you don't Malema is new to liberation politics, the liberation struggle.
I'm bigger crowd than you.
No, I'm a student. Listen, I'm a student.
Malema is full of bigger crowd than you.
No, listen. Anthony, you I'm glad.
But listen, another man tell you the importance about battle cry. So
No, so you see it. So you see it beyond the songs and the sound. The man trying to provide you that. So next time,
I don't need a battle cry. I need to create job for Liberians. I need to put like citizens
but
to work.
Malama, you hearing? Malama, you hearing? He's a part of battle cry. But Malama, you hear a part of battle cry.
You want economic issue, but you talking about battle cry.
Yeah, you just call Malama. You just call Malama.
Look, I was just what I need right now in Liberia is job creation.
We can reduce the show. We can reduce the show to battle cry. I don't know what we said. Next time, please come back. Let's continue.
Just a minute, let me just.
I just tend to listen to what the
let me just. I'm coming.
Hello. It's late out there, but you can go ahead. You want me to go ahead?
It's important. It's important because I may not be. I mean, at this time, maybe I'll not have the opportunity as a living. Let me just provide a little education to my brother. Maybe he doesn't know the importance of battle cry because these are some of the misgivings that people permeate within the intellectual space and intellectual corridor. It's important to provide public education so that our people can understand the importance when people chant battle. In fact, the Malema you're talking about, Malema was his video was played at the White House. You talking about how you can create, a panacea for economic empowerment. Malema's party, Economic Freedom Fighters, also one of the fundamental pillars is on providing economic opportunity in their lifetime. But hey, the same Malema was called at the White House. The same Malema video was played before Chong, right? For chanting battle cries, for chanting slogans, right?
The most educated country in Africa is South
Africa.
Hello,
yeah, my man.
South Africa is the most educated country.
You have the time. You have the time. You have the time to. Yeah. So I'm leaving there. So I'm leaving. So I just want to tell you, you have to read the. You have to read the Angolan Revolution of Jonas Sanvee, of Dr. Agostinho Neto and Roland Roberto. The MPLA of Agostinho Neto. Take your time and read. Take your time and read the FNA of Roland Roberto and read the movement called the UNITA movement, the Union for the Total Independence of Angola. You know the importance of battle cry. I will go. I want to send you to. I want to send you to Mozambique and read about it. I want to send you. I want to send you to Mozambique. I want to send you to. I want to send you. I want to send you. I want to send you to Mozambique. I want to send you.
On the time of the man departure, I think actually you get wet. I want to say you over 2 hours. You raise the issue. I want to send you to Mozambican history to read about the Frelimo Party. You understand the party?
And saying to Namibia to read about.
You understand the battle cry. You understand? Excuse me. You understand the battle cry of Eduardo. You understand the battle cry of Eduardo Bolani. You understand the battle cry of Agondo Molani and Samora Moses Michel. I want to say to Namibia. I want to send you to Namibia to read about the soft West
my dear brother, how does that battle cry
educate you about the politics and the history and importance of Namibia? I need to send you. I need to send you to Tanzania. Listen, I need to send you to Tanzania and teach you about the politics
for next time.
And teach you about
my dear brother, you know what?
Of Tanzania and the Chama Mapu District Party of Julius Kamara in the Rere. Maybe you don't know liberation.
I mean,
I need to send you to Guinea-Bissau, right? To tell your Mika Cabra and the PRDC. And the I need to carry you to the PhD. The PDG of the I need to tell you about Frank Fanon or Algeria on the importance of battle cry and Emma Bebela. I need to tell you about next time if I come back, I hope I'll be giving you opportunity. Look, when you see people chanting battle cry, don't try to stereotype people. Some of us have read. We have taken our time in the part of the country. So
I didn't say nothing bad.
we did not come to the political.
What was important?
No, we did not come. No, you did that in a derogatory. You try to do that in a derogatory and demeaning way. We have come to this platform. We have come to the platform as a former student leader. As a former student at the University of Liberia, we've come to the platform with all
the
of
University of Liberia. You proud of that place?
Listen, man.
Why you getting proud of that place?
Anyway, man.
Mr. Wizard, thank you.
Thank you, man.
Please come back.
But why you saying you can be proud of that university?
That place called University of Liberia.
Very proud. He's proud of that place. He's a product of that university.
Listen.
No, I can't get man. He's a product of that university. He's a product of that
University of Liberia ranked today.
No, it's not ranking. It's about the
what does it rank today?
What does that mean, Anthony?
Where does it rank today?
Anthony, what does that mean?
No, come in.
Absolutely nothing.
No, listen. Liberians need to stop what we do.
Where did you graduate from? Where did you graduate?
Anthony Gay.
That's not rank anywhere in Africa.
Gay.
Where did you graduate?
Anywhere in Africa.
Anthony Gay.
Give me 1 minute.
Where did you graduate? He had an opportunity as a refugee. He came to the United States and graduated. So for him, all the people that
in the United States. Where you graduated from the United States?
Forget about
that's the point. Where did you graduate in the United States?
Sileke.
What is you graduate in the United States? Come on, you graduate from here.
Number drinking a little tea. I like that with the number.
Right now in the University of Liberia, the students go to the bush to use the bathroom. And you talking about University of Liberia?
Listen, Mr. Gay, you are so off tonight. I don't know what's wrong.
No, my brother, I'm disappointed, man.
You are so off.
I'm disappointed.
Listen, in graduate school,
suggest that those from the University of Liberia, they lack the intelligence to have a conversation.
Everyone is beating on me for no reason.
Give me just 1 minute. So let me say this. Let me say this for the record. The University of Liberia. I don't even know when we talk about ranking and other things. The University of Liberia.
But look at the ranking. Why does it rank?
It doesn't matter.
Let me conclude here.
It doesn't negate the fact that the University of Liberia has produced.
That's why I said. That's why I said from the beginning. That's why I said from the beginning.
I'm not talking about the University. I'm talking about the University of Liberia now.
It doesn't matter.
To come out and even say anything about the University of Liberia, you have to be very dogmatic in your thought process to even look at the university inside ranking.
Use every word.
We have asked you. The place to come and tell which school you graduated from in this place.
Okay, so Anthony, which school you graduated from?
Which school you graduated from? Which school you graduated from?
Listen, it doesn't.
You are not calling school you graduated from.
It doesn't matter.
What?
It was wrong. The University of Liberia is an established.
I know my diction and I'm on this platform.
Listen, for me, give me Rawa. I graduated from my first degree from the University of Liberia. And then I did. I came.
Because why he's doing it wrong.
I came.
Listen, do you understand the context of the university?
You don't
have to do that.
You try to be this.
Anthony, you are just wrong. Period.
No problem.
I'm getting somewhere. Give me quickly. I'm getting somewhere. Robert, my point here is, I graduated from the University of Liberia first degree, right? Did all international training. Then I came to the US. I got my master's program from the United States of America, right? So I'm asking Anthony first and foremost. I understand he was a refugee in Africa, then later on came here in the US. Which university did you graduate from? Number one, my first university, the University of Liberia. Then Grand Canyon University and that of the Arizona State University.
Okay, let Anthony answer.
Which university did you graduate from first and foremost?
Come on. For me,
please.
We shouldn't go. We shouldn't.
But you didn't graduate But you didn't graduate another university. You can't call your university. You can't be proud of it.
Because he didn't go to school yet.
Another university. Call your university. No, but listen. Listen. The reason why this is offensive. You are denigrating the university indirectly, trying to denigrate Ivy. Saying that's a son of the university, which is wrong. So we are asking you now, what university you graduated from? My man. What university you graduated from?
Liberia knows how to get the back to the tape.
So in other words, they made him graduate from no university.
Hey,
I'm just
Pewee said this to you, right? Pewee said this to you.
Look, when I was a graduate student here,
You
the
understand?
only university in Liberia whose credit will be accepted off the top
It's the University of Liberia.
No other university, there's none.
Well, let
me tell you one thing. I came from Liberia for the.
I mean, I respond.
Go ahead. No, but wait. Ivan, go ahead.
Anthony. He said Anthony Ivan.
No, Anthony, go ahead. Anthony, go ahead.
Look, the man guy from Penn State.
So Penn State is a foolish school.
That's making my Harvard, right?
I didn't go to Penn State. I didn't go to Harvard.
Mr. Gilman,
where you went?
Check on ASU website. If you don't see me there.
Mr. Gilman, can you take control? Let's close this
Come on, guys.
series, please.
Mr. Gay, you are a very good guy, but I don't know why.
I don't know why you guys get triggered when you hear the University of Liberia.
No, but
why are you in school name?
It is a great institution.
Why you keep muting me though?
Well, you don't mute the man now.
No, who muted him?
Why are you in school name? Your school name.
You keep muting him. You don't mute him.
Okay,
I can hear you.
You know
why your school name?
Johnny,
I'm done with that.
Why your school name? Why your school name?
Pewee.
Johnny,
go ahead. Do your closing.
Pewee, basement. I'm on school name.
Can I do my closing?
No. Let Johnny, because Johnny in Liberia gotta go.
Okay, Johnny, go ahead.
My basement, you want to put more on? Yeah, we see it.
But I said I'm not going to school. I said I'm bad. I don't
Anthony, my man, today not your
best day. You go to school?
Today not your best day. Johnny, let Johnny close. Johnny, go ahead.
Man, if you make people start doubting, it's a problem.
Pewee,
you know what?
Let Johnny go ahead, my people.
I don't have to know where you work. Where you want to school?
If I don't have to vacation, I won't be here.
Johnny, please go and close.
I won't be here.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Gilman,
as a matter of fact, Johnny is a proud product of the University of Liberia. I respect
Pewee, right there, look. Johnny, go ahead, man. Why you eating Johnny time? Johnny in Liberia.
Go ahead, Johnny, go ahead. Johnny, go ahead.
But how can I talk in noise? How can I talk in noise? I can't talk in noise. I will not talk in noise, please.
Go ahead, Johnny, go ahead.
Okay, so Mr. Gilman, thank you for for the able manner in which you were with the program today. And all I can say here is that we have a long way to go with Liberia from different perspectives. And I brought a question that brought small controversial discussion here. And my question was never about giving credibility to what's happening now in terms of the rape case with a 14-year-old girl. And I see how people are becoming sentimental and emotional to elevate the 14-year-old girl issue is important, very important. And in fact, nobody should be raped, nobody should be violated, no level of crime. And when the crime is committed, the state is responsible to conduct investigation and bring the perpetrators to justice. Nobody has to go to the police, go carry a complaint to police. Once a crime is committed, the police can make follow-up and conduct investigation. That's what I want to make clear. So if you offend me criminally, and the police is present, they can intervene and arrest. And the police see elements of crime committed anywhere, they will get involved. That's the point I want to make. Second thing is that I think we need to have a background discussion about this platform and how we should proceed when we're having guests on the show and panelists and the guests having exchanges, so that it will begin to elevate our platform to, as we make progress, as we move forward than where we are. Mr. Gayman, thank you for everything. I don't have much to say. I hope I can join you guys tomorrow again. And whoever you be inviting, we can be able to take part and bring our presentation from the point of our understanding and how we see things happening in Liberia. So thank you and good night, everybody.
Good night, Johnny.
Mr. Garguah, your turn.
I thought it was a great show. I thought it was a fascinating show. And sometimes the crossfire is good. Even when my who I always protect is trying not to protect me, but it's all from a good place. Yeah, it's all from a good place. I have tremendous respect for my neo-progressive brother. But I thought it was a good show. Look, I thought that. Listen, I'm one of those who I'm very suspicious when it comes to the use of fancy words and big vocabularies, because a lot of times in our country, the subject and verb just does not agree, right? And a lot of times people are using these words with limited knowledge on the true meaning of them. And so I'm not a big fan of just clapping when I hear fancy words. You know, my dad always tell me a great story. And by the way, my pops, he's a true intellectual. I mean, he went to the University of Liberia and then came here, went to Johnson & Wales University. And he's a great product of the University of Liberia. I may not like what's happening there now, but I think the University of Liberia have produced great minds and continue to produce great minds. I think our government inability to give the necessary funding and the necessary support to enhance quality and ensure consistency, I think that's a whole different conversation. I think maybe this is where Anthony is coming from. But again, it does not negate the fact that University of Liberia have produced great minds and that can hold their own. But I thought that we said, in his interaction and in his engagement, I think he should be proud of himself for what, just given the circumstances and everything that students in Liberia have to deal with. I think he should be proud of himself. There's a lot of smart folks in Liberia, man. I've interacted with kids that are in kindergarten, in high school, smart. My own niece, smart. I mean, if you read the composition and just listen to the young girl, very, very smart. So it's not that we don't have intelligent minds, both locally and abroad. It's that we don't have, or we have not given full support to the system to get it where it needs to be when it comes to our neighbors in Ghana and other places. But I thought it was a fascinating conversation. Lastly, this man should be arrested. There's no way around it. This man should be arrested. I think young girls should be protected. And I'm glad that we have platforms like ours, because we were just talking about the fact that this guy he requested a leave of absence, Mr. Gayman. I think it was 3 shows ago. Yes. And today, the president has suspended him, and so we're making progress. Maybe tomorrow we will hear that he's been arrested. But I think the press conference of the Inspector General was a mess. He was incoherent. He was all over the place. And I think Garguah Coleman, sometimes he needs to really get himself together. When you're in front of the camera, you are speaking to not just Liberia, you're speaking to everyone else. He just come too discombobulated sometimes. He needs to kind of deport himself, relax, and articulate the issues. He comes off unprofessional sometimes, and I know that's not who he is. He was all over the place with that press conference. Arrest this guy. Arrest him. I think he was very contradicting. You have proper cause to have this guy arrested. Arrest him. But Liberia is our country. We'll continue to love our country. We'll continue to speak, and we'll be right here. Thank you.
Mr. Gay?
And I've been enjoying Mr. Number. He just been zipping on his
Thank you very much. And Raul made a point out.
You don't know what in that cup that got him mellow. You don't know.
I have been on record on this show praising.
You said Robert did what?
You made some of the point I was going to make, right? I have been on this show here on countless times praising the likes of the Torgbean High School in Liberia, right? The likes of the University of Liberia. Look, I have nothing negative against the University of Liberia. Many of us, we all know the problem the university faced with today. All right. Great people came from the university, from my family side, from other people that I interacted with. All right. Other people that even taught me in school, right? are product of the University of Liberia. But none of you here would disagree with me that the current state of the University of Liberia is where you want the university to be. The amount of talents in Liberia that don't have the resources to get the opportunity that they deserve in life. Under the circumstances those students are learning. None of you here want to see your child sitting in a kind of deplorable circumstances in Liberia to learn. Okay, so when we speak of the university, it's what we're talking about. We're not talking about, oh, the University of Liberia was never a good school. It's the face of our nation. All right? So I did not talk to Abby in a derogatory manner. Maybe he may have heard it in that sense. Go back to the tape. I said, I really enjoy you. If it's anything, nobody does the battle cry better than Abby. That's what I said here. Go back to the tape and listen to it. You understand? Now, having said that, Abby did well on this show tonight. There are little areas that I disagree with him when it comes to, the performance of the PAPD as it relates to agriculture and other sectors. They made PAPD as the bedrock of the economy of Liberia. And we saw what they left the country on our agriculture and how the economy was. We saw it. The PAPD did not deliver. It's a fine document. When you read it, you feel excited. But they did not follow that document. They did not create the 1 million job or take the 1 million people out of poverty. They could not even tell us how many people were taken out of poverty. The other time I heard somebody talking about 27 million people. I know he misspoke, but we don't have 27 million people in Liberia. Were he talking about 27,000 people giving jobs? We don't know. So when you give a documentation and have a projection, we will grade you based on the projection that you made. And the 1 million people being taken out of poverty did not happen. 1 million jobs also were not created. But how many jobs did you create? They can't tell you. Same thing with the Unity Party administration today. They cannot tell you year one how many jobs were created. We are going to the second year. How many jobs has been created? They can't tell you. And when you ask these questions, they get they get apprehensive. They tell you things. They give you the whole circle. If you invested in agriculture across 11 counties, like Alvin said here, then at least give her 1 or 2 counties so we can verify. You don't have to know all 11 counties up here. But you were in this field for 6 years. You mean you're not able to give an example of 1 or 2 counties?
He did. He said Kari. He said all that.
Kari was in existence before the PAPD. Let's not give a run around here. Kari was already existing before the PAPD.
We understand. He said the bridge between Kari, the farmers, and the administrative, those are things that they.
I understand, but that's a very broad answer. Mr. Gayman. Okay.
Let's go.
Yeah, but you interrupted me now. So you in the social science area.
When you say he didn't say anything, no.
I didn't say he didn't say anything. I said he did not give specificity. They did not give clear detail as to how many jobs or how many farmers that he helped. Right? If he helped 2,000, 5,000, 10,000 farmers across the nation, say we help 10,000 farmers across the nation. I'm on the Ministry of Agriculture website here. I'm looking for the information you're talking about. I'm looking for how many counties they were in. We can't find it. The African Development Bank, I'm going to close with this part. The African Development Bank invested $5 million in Liberia. 114 farms was initiated. When they went to go investigate, 81 farms could not be identified. 81 farms out of 114 farms. $5 million United States dollars was given. Check the record. African Development Bank.
We discussed that here. That was just recently. We discussed that recently.
But it started on the CDC.
No, the report is.
It started on the CDC.
Okay, let's go. Let's close.
Yeah, 2022. The first batch of money was disbursed 2022 on the CDC, and then it transferred over to this government. So again, I want to thank you for the opportunity. But when people come on the show here, we gotta be able to engage them on the subject matter. I have nothing personal against the young man. I think he was fortunate to be given an opportunity, even though he did not have any prior, government experience before getting to that level. But we want to hold them accountable, just as they are holding other government accountable for the job that they did. What did you do, and all of that different thing? I think that the question it was a fair question, so I just want to leave it there.
Thank you, Ahmed.
Yeah. Well, I think the show today achieved 2 things. Is both for education and entertainment. I think tonight it was able to do both. But I would just like to say to Anthony, I think part of the reason why you came off like that was in your own confession when you said to Alvin you have been very critical or very suspicious of who he is and stuff like that.
From the beginning, eh?
Yeah, that's how.
But critical is not a bad thing.
I come in now, give me chance. It means you came.
We conclude that the man won't go on. Don't interrupt the man.
Yeah, you came to the conversation with a mindset, because what you did was you are not asking Abby questions that perhaps you didn't know, but you are asking it as a means of thinking you could embarrass him. Because right behind you on your screen, you have already Googled perhaps all of the information basically that you are asking. So assuming Abby had provided information that was not accurate what you had on the screen, your intent was to look back and say, because I provided you the information. I told you the citizen government intent was to move the agriculture set of 508,000 that they met there to 1 million. They weren't able to do that because of COVID. However, they saw a serious boost in fishery that helped to boost up the GDP from 25 to 35% from that agricultural sector. I told you also that they met 77 agribusiness farm situation and they took it to 164. We said out of the, and you have that information right there with you. But because you wanted to prove a point to the man, and to be honest with you, there was no way you were able to hide yourself. You clear out say the current university of which he is a product does not represent that capacity to claim to be an intellectual. Those were the inferior words you are technically saying. And I think
that it man is very eloquent. But we have to say that.
I'm saying it's unfair. One, you challenge the school not to be a good school.
Yes.
And because the time Abby is there from, you also say because he chant battle cry, it means that perhaps he lacks the intellectual capacity. That's why he's chanting battle cry.
That's your own assumption.
Yeah, in front. And I'm just saying sometimes when we are approaching our partner, as long as we invite somebody on the show, we have concluded based on that we think they are at the level where we can have discussion, and at least the minimum we should respect them. I mean, whether he was from the University of Liberia or from Harvard University tonight, I think he presented his case. He was able to hold his own. He articulated whatever position he felt passionate about, and he did it well. I think he left from here with respect. All in all, I really do think the show was a great show. And sometimes, of course, this show, we don't just come to entertain, to intellectualize, we also come to entertain. And I think that aspect occurred tonight. We saw neo-progressives going along here a little bit. It's also fun. It's great like that sometimes. Let us see the CMC people hauling each other back and forth. One CMC man saying the other man controlling the show. We like that sometimes because sometimes. And then finally, I want to say to us, we cannot continue to litigate CDC. We cannot continue to litigate. Yes, we cannot excuse what CDC did. We cannot. It's form part of the history of the country with news as a reference point. But I think we must litigate what is happening currently in our country. We spend a lot of time trying to litigate 2 years ago situation that perhaps it could come back, perhaps it could never come back. What is happening now in the country should be of concern to us. For example, I'm hearing that they said the exchange rate, you that went to the Google school and you say you went to Harvard, you need to explain that to us. They said the exchange rate have come down, but tin prices according to the poor stay high. So here's the common man interpretation. The $5 US used to coking dry rice when the rate was up. Now the rate down, the $5 US, the silver you can cook in the dry rice. That is interpretation of the economy. That is interpretation of tin prices. That interpretation, and they are complaining. So I think those are the conversations we should be having, and not putting more than 2-3 hours litigating CDC.
Yeah, when we're gonna have a good, solid agriculture background in Liberia,
listen, man,
our currency are going to have a value.
Anthony Gay, please.
Mr. Gay, you want to be our guest tomorrow so we can put you on the seat and litigate you there? It'll be better. Come as a guest tomorrow, then we'll see.
Bring me as a guest. Bring me as a guest. What topic you want to talk on? Any topic, I'm ready.
No, then we'll bore hole in a lot of your argument, but now you're a panelist. I get people back and forth with you.
Guys, it's 9:30.
Anyway, it was a good show, Mr. Gayman. Thank you.
Yeah, but cash flow economy, I am body going to have a value.
Yes, listen, guys. The day we have a show that we all agree on everything, if the day the platform will die. And I never wanted to be to that extent. Mr. Nagbe.
Hey, thank you very much. Great show. Quite frankly, I think the clips that we've seen of Mr. Wise on the social media, I don't think they're doing much justice. I was very impressed with his presentation. You know, I think he understands the issues very well, and I think he does have great potential to attract a lot of young people. I hope the CDC intends to, to utilize, his talent. I think he's a very talented young man. I think the situation with the youth ministry, I think the government's approach is a slow motion approach. I think I had expected that, an allegation of this magnitude and given the evidence available and all of that, this gentleman would have been in behind bars.
But give the president some credit now.
Yeah, I agree with you. At least he finally acted, but that's what I'm saying. The slow motion. I mean, this has happened since August 30th, and he only suspended this man, I think, yesterday. So, but yeah, maybe give him some credit for that. But,
They say when workers suspend you, you ain't coming back.
So I think he's one and done. But
he's not coming back.
Yeah.
Let me say this to my brother Sylvester Pewee. Look,
You're progressive.
Sylvester, you embarrass yourself when you come on here and behave the way you do. I mean, you're not an expert. You're not an expert on every subject here. You got to stop presenting yourself as such. You embarrass yourself. I don't need your validation. I don't need you to validate. Let me finish.
You came on here. People were quiet until he ate his food. When he ate that again, he got energized.
You came on here. You talk about a phantom uncle who said he knew the progressive struggle. Whatever it is, I don't care. I don't need your validation. I don't care what you think about me. It means nothing to me. Absolutely nothing. And I want you to know that. I don't need your validation. I don't need you to validate my progressive pedigree. That's what I got to say about
that. Jerome, let me first and foremost. I hope, and let me say this for the record. And I didn't miss my word when I was saying things. I have never
progressive was a progressive.
I've never appeared on this show proving to be. I had to call it. What do I want to use? Jaguar Ultra on this particular. So I've never pretended to do that. And what basically sometimes we try to do is to set the stage. Mr. Nagbe, everybody on this show will bear me witness that you that even call me being emotional, exercise and exhibit very wonderful and balanced moral judgment and emotional balance on this show. You other people say appear, so now when the chat room, when they hit you small, they shake you small, boom, you can't lose up, you start to attack. Your emotional capacity is very thin. I'm not sure they
so that the people that want that they telling people that they ain't get emotional.
They tell you.
But you telling
you speak the truth that the progress we're making that one hitting you can't control yourself.
Oh no, I got problem. When are you making progress?
Nobody mentioned Sterling to do. Nobody mentioned Sterling.
I mean, you see it, just taking now, you get it, you come again. They probably attacking when you shake this one, he get bad.
But when you shake the puppet set,
listen, he's a progressive from Cattington. That's why he's a progressive. He's a progressive from Cattington. How you a progressive from the University of Liberia? You're not going to
from the cotton tree.
Yeah, that is way back progressive. Why would the new progressive to get rid of them? On a serious note on this show, I agree that sometimes we have to balance the scale and move straight to major discussion about the country and about policy, and about other structural bureaucracy. It's important to do that. And I thought Mr. Witter, and the only position that I've been struck, the disagreement I had with Mr. Witter, he was great. He struck the delicate balance. But my own side of disagreement here is this critical, delicate issue in our country, the debate about rape. And I think there was a serious debate on this. Even those from the judiciary that make some comment about it, they were concerned about this issue. That it was a good thing. There were men that were perpetrating these things against innocent kids and women, but it's also important to protect the men that are morally upright, the men that are not involved into this, men that would be accused because folks want to set us course. So my position is that I will, and that's one of the things I've been saying before. I'm on record, the neo-progressive in Liberia, of saying to the Liberia National Police, don't just pull somebody from the community that know nobody and have them arrested when the person is when somebody alleged for the person to have committed rape. There should be investigation and there should be a probable cause before the person is arrested. We've said this. Now that the police is trying to do it, it's unfortunate that they have not been doing it before. Now that they're trying to do that, balance, deploy all of the necessary instruments in terms of investigation to gather all of the necessary facts before moving to charge. My problem here is, if the police were to move immaturely and charge, send that man to jail, the case is being placed on the docket, time for something to adduce the evidence, and the evidences against him does not meet that weight is weak. Any smart or even weak, if it is very weak, any defense attorney can trash that, then the man will see man. They agree that that man perpetrated that act against that little girl. He will be out because the court is not going to be sympathetic. The court is going to be looking at the evidence to match the weight of accusation. So my point is that the police should not everybody say, oh yeah, the guy said it's possible that this 14-year-old girl was tampered with, but by different person. It's possible. It's possible that she's tampered with. But can we draw? Because he's a man. I'm not protecting him. I'm looking at the issue of where he is. So there's somebody else's temper with her, but she's trying to say this is the man. I saw it happen in Chocolate City. I saw it happen in Chocolate City. So this is why I keep to say this. But beyond, I'm ending, please. So I will end here to say that was my own contention here. I was not trying to come and say, people say, oh, then most of our people that are on the show, that they themselves call me emotional, well, a little bit also more regular emotional than I do.
No, but
come and say, people don't understand this.
You are very emotional to be frank.
No, I'm not. I'm not.
Listen.
I'm not. And I don't know why you do. Why a question is listen. If you see, I'm a diplomat, and it is the best. One of the things I don't even go into hard politics. I do soft diplomacy versus hard diplomacy.
Now on the show,
sentence of soft diplomacy. Let me conclude here about our issue of the University of Liberia. I will conclude quickly on.
Yeah, go ahead.
I will conclude quickly on the University of Liberia situation. It's unfortunate that most of our brothers and sometimes sisters, few of them, that will come or that came in this country some time ago, had the opportunity to come in this country, some as refugee, some as asylum seekers, some a different way, and that were granted the opportunity by this country to come here as refugee. They sometimes come and sit here, and most of them that will criticize the University of Liberia are all half-baked intellectuals. Right? Most of the people that will talk down of the University of Liberia, they are half-baked or haphazard intellectuals. Why do I want to say this? I saw a comrade before we were on the flight. The man just listened and said, I did make up. Oh my God, you're sending some women at the on Brussels, going to Liberia from here. But then I was staying in school. The guy talking Jerome, all kind of a thing about the University of Liberia. The other girl that told him, say, hey, okay, we agree now. We don't know nothing. And the guy knew. The guy saw me sitting on the other side. All the same lines, drinking our wine, eating, talking. The guy said, let me know. All this, I just want to know from you, yeah, which university you graduated from? The push that guy pushing, he couldn't say nothing. Do you know that medicine I'm making? He spent, according to him, 19 years he spent here. When we got down in Brussels lecture, somebody I knew for finding the debate from Myean, the guy said the man was a college. There's a college in Tennessee called the Tennessee. I forgot the college, the community college name. He went there for the first semester, so he dropped. He been doing the group homework or so not doing other things. Then he keep putting more in the University of Liberia. So what I'm trying to say, we struggle to go to the University of Liberia. University of Liberia is not that sophisticated in material. But we got good professors. We got good.
Why are you talking about Fangon like that?
we got good professors, right? We got good professors, and we the students, we were waiting to go to school. Imagine sometimes we will run 2 semesters in a whole year, 1 semester at a time. There was no support. Professor will not use a projector. The first time I saw a projector when I was taught Jerome, it was here when I came to school. Even when I had the opportunity to come, I had to take on computer class to get myself to stand up. It was good that I did that because I didn't know much about the computer when I came in 2015. I didn't know much about computer. I would have to do that to get on. But listen, what I knew from then, for how we learned it. Jerome, the thing that we going to struggle to spend 85 in the some professor will get you A+.
Yep.
And then that's one of the reasons. So the University of Liberia, my dear brother, really got a standard. And let me say this to you. The curriculum of the University of Liberia, and that's why you saw how having his composure during the term about the discourse and how we all can do things. So the University of Liberia got the standard. The only thing the university is struggling about now is the professor's salary being paid on time. And the reason of those kind of interruption is politics in the country. But that university, let me say this to you, serves as an intellectual area for a lot of African professors.
Of course.
A lot of African professors. A lot of African politicians. Do you know when the apartheid system was unfolding at the time, most of the children of those that were in the lead of the revolutionary process in South Africa, their children came and matriculated at the University of Liberia. Egyptian politicians and ambassadors sent their children to the University of Liberia. The University of Liberia. Ghanaians, children at the time when things were tough in Ghana. The educational rating in our country. So the University of Liberia have always had, imagine, Professor Alaro Toka went to Ghana. He tapped the Ghanaian University when he got his first master's in political philosophy. He was my professor at the University of Liberia that taught me all of my political science courses and social science courses. Professor Seleke Kromah and Professor Joe Moroba taught me mass communication, strategic communication, behavior communication, strategic writing, inherited thought processes. These are professors that came here in the United States, went to most of the powerful schools, and came up with hallmark. They taught us at the University of Liberia. I'm just going to look. Professor Seleke Kromah taught me communication. Professor Joe Moroba taught me communication.
I got somebody on the line real quick.
And the rest of that. So, my brother, I know you will not tell us about the school you graduated from, and I don't want you to push you. I will push you probably.
Yes.
You will not call it, but we got a good school. University of Liberia.
Excellent.
It's a very damn good
Absolutely. Your name and where you calling from?
I work in the groom, yeah. I never work in healthcare.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I still work in the groom.
Who call it?
Sarah, go ahead.
What I want to say is referring to what people said that they need to do an investigation before anybody get behind bars or so. The investigation has been on since that incident took place, and according to sources, because the girl father was on school explaining what they did after the girl told them that it was this minister that violated her. They did an investigation first. They took her to the hospital, and there's evidence that she was violated and stuff like that. So for Brother Pewee, I want to disagree with you. For you to continue to say that, people can come up and lie on people, which of course is true, but that girl is a 14-year-old girl. Number one. Number two, she knows the person that violated her because she mentioned, she said, it's Uncle McGill. She referred to him as Uncle. This is somebody she knows. She will not just get a lie on his name. So for you to be saying that, in my opinion, I think it's just, trying to make light. I know you don't intend to do that, but I think it's just trying to make light of the situation. But all of them over there know that the investigation has been going on, and this is what happened. So I just thought to put that in because I was kind of annoyed for you to keep repeating that, people can
There are no one is making light of the situation, but I will not be sentimental to go by the sentiment of everybody.
Yeah, but I mean that's for you to keep saying that those that are involved in the investigation know for the world that they have to go through.
Then why they can't come out with charges? Why they can't come out with charges against him?
What?
If they know those that are investigating, if they know that he's front of it, why they can't charge him?
But that's what we are talking, the system.
But they're saying to us, the police saying to us, you played the video the last time on this clip. The police head of Women and Children Protection is saying to us it's a delicate matter they stay doing.
We understand. The police chief said we have
not police.
The police chief even said we have done more than we can do. We can't go any further, so we turn it over to the U.S. Embassy. That's not fair.
So and they said they need DNA not to move to arrest. That's what they want to do. So nobody is sentimental here, Sarah. It's just that the fact we're looking at. And we have to march the fact.
Sarah, you coming on tomorrow?
But you know that particular step they're taking in Liberia, the Liberian panel court is member of the American court.
But Pewee,
it will not be done here like that in America.
Pewee, a country of Liberia where rape
the panel law Liberia member after the panel law.
Listen, a country like Liberia where rape is an occurrence every day. The president, the police taking now become a bad president tomorrow, because if you tell me you take a month, 2 months.
1 minute, you got a call. Your name and where you calling from?
Jerome Gayman.
Go ahead. Your name, where you hold on. Your name and where you calling from?
My name is Bewazi. I'm calling from downtown city, South Korea right now. So
South Korea.
Go ahead.
I just want to make a few points. My brother Pewee, I know where we live. We live in the Garguah Bay, and we saw many people, many common people were involved in. It was accused of rape. I think maybe you have seen 1 or 2 incidents in the community, and those people immediately they were accused. They were put behind bars before even investigation started.
Absolutely.
And you know what the law says in Liberia. If you are accused of rape, you won't be walking around. You have to be somewhere until investigation can prove you wrong or right. Then you can be free. People have been free from rape cases, accused of rape in Liberia. And also people have been put behind bars in Liberia. So this is my question to you, Pewee. Have you ever seen a person in the community, in your own community where you live in, or in another community in Liberia that have been arrested from just an accusation of rape? And what is the difference between McGill and those people? And to end on this note today, Pewee, you are a very professional brother. I know you from a very far place. Me and you, maybe you don't know me. I'm just calling my Bawizi name because you don't know the Bawizi name. I'm Alhaji Ba. You know me very well. What you did to Mr. Nagbe tonight is not showing on you as a Pewee. I think this have to stop. We have to respect. This show is for us, we the listeners. Even though you're here, you're taking up your family time to be here, but we are us, we the people that listen to you. This show will not be. I don't think you behave fine to Mr. Nagbe. Me and Mr. Nagbe don't go along with her or anything, but I think you have to be so much professional and take away emotions from communicating. I'm sorry to say this, and thank you very much, Mr. Gayman, for having me. Thank you guys for your time.
Let me answer the question and I'll conclude.
Yeah. You call your name, so you got.
I will conclude from where he ended first and foremost. It's unfortunate again that people will run on giving conclusion on emotion. And again, it's 2 things we always discuss here. It's about people listening to you and comprehending you. It's 2 things. Probably you didn't comprehend what we were discussing, my brother. That's why you come with that conclusion. It's quite unfortunate that we say that you will follow in this kind of a discourse. We disagree to agree, right? There was no insult rain on Mr. Nagbe. I respect Mr. Nagbe. I give my own position here, but I don't know where you were. Unfortunately, and that's what I was just trying to say. Comprehending also is very important than just tuning to something. I don't know where you were when Mr. Nagbe came on the show and the way he characterized my person. I don't know where you were. Probably at the time, you will have gotten into the condition. Somebody would say you went. Maybe your level of listening at the time was just off, and you didn't get him. So I was just basically responding to what we call fire for fire, as Mr. Nagbe did. I was responding to him on that when he came on the show. Mr. Nagbe was not even on the show. He was tuned to the show, but he just came on the show with no level of trying to do analysis of it, but attack my person directly. But to come out and just want to conclude on that, he said, you know me. Yeah, you know me. Probably I may know you, but the name you call, I don't know that name. I don't know if I associated with you before. But if I have, it's good, right? It's not an issue. But I want you to always be mindful of how to run to conclusion on these things. Now, quickly, the issue about folks being charged in community and other things. And again, that's what I said. Sometimes it's not the time always say I want to call, and I don't want to call probably and target somebody. It's good to listen. If you are a good listener, it's going to help you a lot. And I hope you will improve on listening moving forward. When I say here, first and foremost, I say the pattern the police is doing now, that's the pattern we've been advocating time to time for. Folks being accused and sometimes placed behind bars just by the mere word of accusation and put behind bars. Jerome discussed yesterday about the pre-trial detainees. We talked about that yesterday. Folks are behind bars for that. And I'm saying now, as a man myself, I understand clearly that rape is a dangerous thing. We shouldn't encourage it in our country, but we have to be very clear and mindful as to how we move about conducting investigation. Everybody's going to be sentimental about this thing here. We have to be mindful as to how we want to move about to get somebody put in jail. Trust me, this guy and I have nothing personal. Nothing. If I see him before I would know him, yes, as for a picture. We're not friends. We never started to say we're drinking. We're in the same social gathering. We're not in the same social chain. Nothing whatsoever. We have some of our comrades, both from the University of Liberia and other areas, and the social cycle and the governmental social cycle that we all connected before. This man, I have never had a similar kind of acquaintance or deep chemistry in terms of for me to come and say I want to build some sentiment in his favor. No, what I'm doing, I'm building sentiment in the protective favor of all innocent men, potentially, that will find themselves into these kind of embarrassing circumstances. And that's my position. So I'm not backing him in person. And again, for the record, last statement of Gayman, I did not attack the big brother. I would never attack him personally. But I went for the issue. He called me emotional. Myself went there. I said, hey, there's the same tendency, the progressive, bro. They were more emotional. The progressive were more emotional. The reason why they didn't fix our state issue, the very democratization thing they brought about, they massively failed because they were very emotional. They didn't know how to tackle our issue individually, but rather they even gave in to the master sergeant that converted all of them to some of them becoming mayor of the military, all those things. So that just
great. Guys, it's time for us to go.
But I think I agree with Sarah on her.
I gotta pack it. I'm sorry, Ahmed. I gotta pack it back. You know, I gotta fly to catch tomorrow. So, but I'll talk to you later.
Where you going, Liberia?
Wait, where you going?
Nah, yeah, I'm going to Indiana. Remember, we got a Yola thing going.
Oh yeah. Just before you leave,
the person, I hear somebody call me today and say, we attacking me again. They say, I was defending Mr. Nagbe and his wife on this issue. Somebody brought, they sent me, that
is in Lofa people, we know them.
No, I can't. They said, and I said to my statement, they said, the example I was giving on the show on behalf of your wife, it doesn't add up to those people at the time because those people didn't play a major role in their party. They were just party members. I said, no. They said, for instance, they said, your wife is heading a whole department in the party. And for those people, they didn't. I said, no, that's not true. The Fire Dopoh play major political role and they say have their Yuda position.
Correct.
Mrs. Nagbe is out to be respected and allowed to exercise her role as it. So I just thought to bring this point when the person said,
I appreciate that.
Before you leave, Honorable Nagbe, I did a whole semester of a course, something we call major political movements around the world. And they all have one thing in common, and even go back to biblical time. When the folks were going to war, most knew some were not coming back. You hear the song, "On War Christian Soldiers." That is a battle cry. They are vamping you up to get ready to go into war. These are social psychological events that takes place, and those who do it well, they succeed. And what this does is you are taking complex policy decisions and you are putting it into one or two words. And they gave a typical example, Barack Obama. His whole policy was Sese puede, or yes, we can.
Yes,
That's
we can.
all you needed to know.
Yeah.
And everybody was shouting, yes, we can. Yes, we can. Sese puede. You go to Spanish, Sese puede. So that meant the whole campaign was predicated on just those two things. Yes, we can. So battle cry, anybody who wants to bring that, who want to talk down battle cry, I want Anthony to be, I hope he's listening.
Yeah.
Battle cry. If you why you think everybody may make a CDC? Everywhere you go, everything CDC have done, that's what everybody is doing. Because it is.
But Jerome, I've been started reminding him of those things. The Finimbo movement, the Swapo movement.
Yeah, I even went by the biblical time. I'm talking about way
the Swapo movement, the Finimbo movement. Even Drastic Sisano was one of the young revolutionaries at the time with the Swapo, even Senyu Joma. Senyu Joma, these were the militants that believe in Battlecraft, and the history of Battlecraft did not even what it did for them. Even look at some of the level of Battlecraft. Go back to the South African tendency. When the guys are when they are pandering the Battlecraft, and you see that Zulu son.
Of course.
The Zulu son is reminding them, and the Battlecraft also is meant for the struggle. The children are being killed. They try to relieve the emotion. And the Battlecraft is there to send that unity and that struggle feeling. You see, and that's why sometimes we ought to remove ourselves from the sentiment.
No, I think what envy though. I think what envy. I think that one is
yeah, maybe because he said he had already planned for the man. But there's the man that saying he went against Battlecraft. The same spirit of Battlecraft, here on the people didn't do that. And I would like for him to read on the show. He meant that he supported to be senator. The warlord, the rebel. He didn't follow the tendency of Battlecraft, but when he took the gun, he didn't do Battlecraft. Thomas Yaya Nimle should have considered himself in a revolutionary movement and said, we're not going to take the bullet, but we will begin to turn Battlecraft to change the evolution of politics in Liberia. They didn't do that. They brought in Model that was sending shells to the U.S. embassy at Member Point that killed hundreds of Liberians. They didn't do that. But other people that believe in Battlecraft is a sense of revolutionary tendency.
Yeah, but
that
here
will go a long way.
Here is number when Baka Mafi say in the cause of the people. In the cause of the people. What we say? The struggle continues, right?
I think any attempt to dismiss battle cries from the struggle is a lack of understanding of the liberation struggle.
And that's it. It's total lack of understanding.
Because you need those to rally the forces. Even our forefathers, they used battle cry when they went to war. That's how you rally the forces. So I don't understand the argument, but I think Martin Alvin Wieser is a force to reckon with. I honestly, I think he's a total bias. But thank you guys very much. Yeah. Absolutely, guys.
They fly is way tomorrow. 11 o'clock. They don't want
to. That's why I can't put you in your place.
Jerome, thank you for speaking truth to power, Mr. Nagbe. Thank you for speaking truth to the diplomat.
Jerome.
And why you behind the curtain talking?
It's not one of the flight. Mr. Nagbe is rushing to go cash. Mr. Nagbe got some other responsibility.
Of course. You got to leave strong.
No, it's not just go ahead and put it
out. Policy responsibility.
You got to do the honeydew. The honeydew is number one.
No. Listen, they got to work on the talking point for the meeting in Indiana.
Of course, you got it already.
So maybe dual capacity.
You gotta wash your dishes.
But yeah. I thank you guys for the community. That's one of the, I've been in the US for at least a while. I've never had the time to affiliate.
How long you been in the US, Amen?
I've been here for at least over close to 2 decades now.
Okay.
But I mean, my whole stay, but of course, I spent most of that time in Liberia. I mean, I've been a resident since that time, but I spent half of it in Liberia. So to have lived on the American soil itself, maybe we counting it in years, in between, I wouldn't say it on the phone right now because
now with Jonathan looking,
Is
Yeah,
it not?
but
Is it not that quite 2 decades? Maybe like 90
With Marco
years.
Rubio
but
lucky with
the
the
point I'm trying to
yeah,
make is the point I'm trying to make that I've never, maybe because of my involvement in the politics back home and stuff like that, I've never been involved with these Eula politics at all. Yeah, my brother-in-law Jerry Yoba was active with it.
Okay.
Yeah, but I don't know.
No, I mean, I will tell you this in a quick summary, right? I think the union right now is suffering a lot of deficits on many levels. There is a confidence deficit. There, like there's lots of deficits. I myself, I was not very active with the union until maybe 4 years or so ago. My wife was the secretary general. Shehu Kamara, who was the immediate past president, she and I would go back to high school. They would be friends over 40 years. But for some reason, we had to butt heads because it was his administration that this administration replaced. I was a campaign manager for this team. So we had a lot of back and forth, and we ended up in court. In order for us to, get past this deadlock. And I think it left. Yeah, I think that left it.
There's a real quick. Someone tell me to remind Emma that ICE is on the show watching for you, waiting for you.
But that way behind the curtain, nice. Anyway,
somebody got a name under the say Ogland or whatsoever. Sometimes these are the kind of embarrassment people will come out and use these pseudo names to attack. Sometimes people bring something to the attack, people they can't lie. You see, and that's the kind of a sentiments people want to bring to bear in these kind of a delicate matters. My point is, I'm not defending this man in this case. My point is, I'm talking about. You're talking about my child.
We know that. Let's see with the light one that make us laugh and go.
Anyway, that's it for me, gentlemen. Thank you very much.
Yes, guys, we'll see you tomorrow.
Absolutely, see you guys later.
Ahmed, thank you for coming back.
I'm always, man. I'll be regular.
Okay,
have a good night. Thank you for the show.
Okay, got it. Thank you.